But just so you know the facts, there would be nothing to stop me or any other police officer from rearresting you when more evidence comes to light. I'm going to ask you some questions. Whether you choose to answer them or not is up to you. But by answering them, you may very well eliminate yourself and your husband from my suspect list.
What questions?
Someone clearly had a reason to kill Kevin. I don't know much about you and those with you, except you all work or have worked at Inverary House. I want to know more about the hotel and how you all got on with each other. Sarah's mouth curled into a close-lipped sneer.
So you think his killer is one of us, and not your mate's husband? That's blinkered thinking. He's the one who thumped poor Thomas. He's the one who's showing violent tendencies. That great thug is the one you should be arresting, not the rest of us.
I hear what you're saying. But Jack, Donna and myself are strangers to you, the same way you're strangers to us. Jack and Kevin only met on the way down the Munro. Do you think it's credible in that short period of time for Kevin, who everyone says is a decent guy, to have pissed off Jack to the point where Jack lashed out with enough force to kill Kevin?
Who knows? Jack was quick enough to clobber poor Thomas. And who's to say they didn't already know each other?
I was there when our group joined up with theirs. Neither Jack nor Kevin gave any sign of them having met previously. The reason Jack lashed out is because he thought Thomas had attacked me. Wouldn't you expect your husband to do the same if I was your friend? Sarah's confidence drained from her face and body language as she considered what Fiona had just said. To press home her point and wrong foot Sarah, Fiona chose an innocuous question next. I only exchanged a couple of words with Kevin. What was he like as a person, as a boss?
He was all right. He wasn't a tyrant, but he wasn't a pushover either. You knew where you stood with him, and if you did your job right, he'd look after you. Most of us have worked there a long time, which is rare in our line of work.
Did he shout and swear at staff? Ivor said he worked in the kitchen, and that's a pretty intense place to work. I've seen those programmes with Gordon Ramsay, and he's always swearing and shouting at people.
Kevin hated Gordon Ramsay.
A wan smile touched Sarah's lips. For such a brief moment, Fiona wondered if she had imagined it.
Said he'd made it cool for chefs to behave like arseholes. Lewis worked in the kitchen with him, and he said the only time Kevin swore was when something like a cooker or dishwasher broke down.
Was that because of the inconvenience or the cost?
Both, usually. Everything in the kitchen is both vital and expensive, so if Ivor can't fix it, the nearest repair service is based in either Glasgow or Oban, which means there's usually a couple of hours' travel on top of the call-out fee. This rang true with Fiona's experiences of living in Loch Gilphead. One of the disadvantages of living in such a scenic area was the lack of amenities and services which were readily available in cities or more populated areas. If Fiona wanted a new TV, she either had to buy online or travel to Glasgow or Oban, and then fold down the back seats of her car so she could get the TV home. Was Kevin someone who was all about the money, or was he reasonable? He was a good businessman. He knew the price of everything he bought, but he didn't buy rubbish. He's got new curtains coming for the rooms. I helped him choose them as he reckoned I've better taste than him when it comes to such things. They're over 400 quid a pair.
From Sarah's telling, Fiona was starting to build a picture of what Kevin was like. A good businessman whose finger was on the pulse. He invested in his business not just by spending money, but also by involving staff in decision-making processes. Whether Sarah's taste was better than Kevin's when it came to soft furnishing was a moot point, as he'd got Sarah on board. How did Kevin get on with his staff in general?
Well enough. He'd make time for you if you needed to speak to him about something, and he paid 75 pence an hour more than anyone else in the area. He got his pound of flesh from his mind. He didn't suffer fools or shirkers. I liked that about him. Some of the places I've worked take anybody, and then you find yourself working twice as hard to cover for folk who don't show up, or are lazy bastards who don't bother their arse to do a good job. You get a 2-month trial when you start, and if you're no good, you don't get to finish the trial.
It sounds like he was a decent boss. You must have all got on well with him to come up here together.
We did. This was a paid trip, as he wanted us all to contribute our ideas on which views would be best for him to photograph.
So who's running the hotel today?
It's closed for a week. It's quieter this time of year, so he closes the first week in December and the first full fortnight of January. We get our holidays then, and 2 and a bit more weeks to take when we want.
Sarah's comment about the hotel being quiet gave Fiona the perfect chance to dig into the hotel itself. Is the hotel usually busy? How many rooms does it have? Is it a seasonal business?
It's busy most of the time. We get a lot of tourists throughout the year, and the summer is mental, although we usually host a wedding on Saturdays throughout the year.
Sounds like it's a good business. As she spoke, Fiona thought back to Ivor's comment about Kevin getting a new Merc every other year. That was either a sign of a successful business or someone treating themselves to a nice car rather than paying money to the taxman.
It is. I wish it was mine.
Fiona let the comment slide, but she did file the sentiment away. You never said how many rooms it has.
24. Including a bridal chamber, which is really a suite, 4 family rooms, and the rest are doubles and twins.
What do you think will happen to the hotel now? A shrug.
I don't know. Kevin was involved in everything, but he let us run our own departments without interfering, so we'll be okay for a few months, although we'll have to get a chef in to replace Kevin, as Lewis won't be able to manage by himself. I guess it'll be up to Steve. He might sell it or decide to take it on himself.
Are you worried about your job long term?
Not really. I'm good at what I do, and having 8 years at Inverary House on my CV won't hurt when it comes to getting a new job.
What do you think about Steve?
He's a nice enough guy. What he plans to do with the hotel is up to him. I'll be okay either way.
Last few questions. Do you know of anyone here who had a grudge against Kevin? Sarah's eyes slid left. It could be she was looking towards the person who had the grudge, or she was using the right side of her brain, the creative side. If that was the case, what she was about to say could be a lie.
Lewis. Kevin was a fantastic chef and a good boss, but he never let Lewis contribute a single dish whenever he changed the menu.
Fiona was left wondering whether she'd just witnessed a husband being thrown to the wolves, or had learned a potential motive for murder. Top-level chefs tended to be highly strung and emotive perfectionists. Gordon Ramsay was televised proof of that. If Lewis's ambitions had been kept down by Kevin, resentment could have festered. Ivor told me you and he split up from the pairs I suggested. Where did each of you go?
He went to search down the track, and I checked the edge near the shelter in case she'd taken a path straight down the hill.
Did you see anyone else before Ivor came back up the track?
No.
As Sarah padded back towards her husband, Fiona cross-referenced the new information against the old. Sarah's account of their movements tallied with Ivor's, but to Fiona's suspicious mind, that didn't mean they couldn't be working together. Sarah wasn't worried about her boss's murder in terms of her job, which suggested many things, none of which were good. And that was before Fiona factored in the way Sarah had placed a potential motive in her husband's hands. Chapter 34. The looks Fiona received when she asked Francis to join her next were a mixture of suspicion and incredulity.
What do you want to ask me about? I was in here the whole time. I didn't attack Alice. I would never do that. And I didn't kill Kevin. He was a lovely man. He was very kind to me when my sister was ill. He gave me lots of time off to look after her and her kids.
Francis's expression was one of fear. By far the meekest of the Inverary House employees, she was someone Fiona expected to gabble away rather than give the concise answers she'd received from Sarah and Ivor. That was fine by Fiona. Sometimes gabbles could hold little nuggets of information that were clues. Of all the potential suspects for Kevin's murder, Francis was the second bottom on Fiona's list, after Jack. While Fiona was too experienced an officer to discount anyone without proof, timid and mousy characters such as Francis weren't in-your-face killers. They either snapped at the hands of their abusers and lashed out with an iron or a carving knife, basically whatever was to hand, or they used a more subtle method such as poison to achieve their goal. It could be Francis's personality was nothing more than an act designed to throw Fiona off the scent, but she doubted that. All the others seemed used to Francis behaving the way she did. There were no surprised looks flowing her way whenever she acted in a certain way, which suggested the version of herself she was projecting was what they were all used to. To put on an act for a few hours was one thing, but to do so for weeks and months in the workplace was something else. All the same, until Fiona had evidence proving otherwise, Francis wasn't going to be crossed off her suspect list. I know you were in here the whole time, and therefore you weren't the person who attacked Alice. I just need to ask you a few questions. That okay? Francis twisted a ring around her finger and looked everywhere but at Fiona.
If you must. But I don't know anything. I'm sorry, but I can't help you.
Ivor told me you take care of reception at the hotel where you all work. What is it exactly you do?
I answer phone calls and process the online bookings. You know, the ones that come in through our website or through booking.com and so on.
That sounds interesting. It didn't, but Fiona wanted Francis to relax before she asked her a tougher question. Is it you who sets the rates? And what else do you do?
It is.
Francis sat a little straighter.
Kevin allows me to use my discretion, within reason. It's better to get £90 for a room last minute than to have it unoccupied.
I see. And how often do you have empty rooms?
At this time of year, quite often, but in the summer it's rare.
So you'd say your annual occupancy is quite high, would you? A self-indulgent smile caressed Francis's lips.
Oh, yes. Last year, we got 87% occupancy, and we're on course to hit 90 this year.
That sounds very good. Do you know the industry normal?
I don't, but Kevin always reckoned we needed above 55% to turn a profit.
Then you must be good at your job to get so far above what's needed. Fiona saw no harm in complimenting Francis to keep her on side. As they were talking, Fiona was crunching numbers in her head. The last-minute rate was £90, so she added at least half as much again and got to £135. Say £150 for easy counting and to account for the family rooms and bridal chamber. times the 24 rooms got her to £3,600 a day, or just over 25 grand a week. Multiply that by the 49 weeks they were open and knock off 10% to match the annual occupancy, and it was just over £1 million a year on rooms alone. For a place like Inverary House, £150 a room was conservative, to say the least. In peak season it could be twice as much. This line of thinking was backed up by Kevin spending £400 a pair for curtains. Fiona's first car had cost less than that. There was also the fine dining to account for. Curiosity had made Fiona look the cost up when she'd been taken there. It had been £100 per person before a drink was bought, and there were at least 40 other diners. Say they achieved those numbers 5 days a week, every week they were open. That was another £1 million on food and drink sales, plus the weddings they had most weekends. Fiona knew very little about how much wedding venues charged, but she was sure a place such as Inverary House would charge tens of thousands of pounds. If what she'd learned about the hotel and the figures she'd calculated were correct, it was clear to Fiona the business was making very good money indeed, enough it would be worth killing for.
Do you have any other questions for me?
Just a couple. Fiona's cheeks burned as she realised she'd spaced out when questioning Francis. Would you say Inverary House was profitable as a business?
I would, yes. Kevin would occasionally grouse about the cost of things, but he never once said he'd had enough or that he was planning to sell up.
With her answer, Francis had eliminated the need for Fiona to ask her next question, so she moved to the trickier, more personal ones. As I understand it, Kevin had no family other than Steve. Was he seeing someone? Living with a partner?
No, I've never known him to have time for a relationship. He worked 7 days a week from breakfast right through. Oh, it's such a shame he never got to find love. I'm sure he'd have made someone very happy.
It sounds like he would. The banal comment tasted sour to Fiona, but she was doing what she had to do to keep Francis talking. Do you think he was ever lonely?
Goodness, no. He loved what he did.
Francis leaned forward and lowered her voice.
Maggie Gilmour, who has the Lochside Hotel and Spa, was sniffing round him once upon a time. But as pretty as she used to be, she has a reputation no woman of decent upbringing could be proud of.
Fiona tried not to pull a face at Francis's outdated thinking. She was no more than 10 years younger than Francis, and she'd never had a relationship lasting longer than 6 weeks. If Francis knew her dating history, she'd be lumped into the same fallen woman category as Maggie Gilmour. Although Loch Gilphead was a rural town, Fiona thought attitudes like the one Francis had just expressed were consigned to the past. What made such thinking worse was the knowledge any man who behaved like Maggie Gilmour would be classed as a stud or lad about town, yet any woman doing so would always be castigated. Do you know of anyone with a grudge against Kevin?
You mean someone who's here?
Yes, but if you know of anyone else, it won't hurt to mention them. It was the people in the shelter Fiona really wanted to know about, but if Francis recited a long list of people Kevin had angered, it would present a different picture of the victim.
He crossed swords with a few reps over the years, but I wouldn't say he actually fell out with them. He just stopped using their companies, or went above their heads to complain about service levels and so on.
Francis pulled a face.
The only person I can really think of who'd have an actual grudge is Jake MacDonald, who has Inverary Castle.
Do you know what the grudge is about? The corners of Francis's mouth twitched upwards for a heartbeat. Inverary Castle is the main competition for us, and since Kevin took over Inverary House, we've been much busier than them. Jake MacDonald reckons we've taken half of his trade. As much as Fiona believed such a grudge might exist, it was a professional one, and unless MacDonald was hiding out somewhere on the slopes of Benvuya, he wasn't a suspect. What about Neil? Ivor said he used to work for Kevin until he was poached to run the castle. I presume the castle in question is Inverary Castle. But correct me if I'm wrong. Fiona knew this was true, but the more facts she could check, the more she could learn who to trust. Why was he along on what was pretty much a team-building exercise? Yes, it is Inverary Castle he's at now. Neil and Kevin are friends, and have been as long as I've known them. Kevin was sad to see Neil move on, but he threw him a farewell party and picked up the entire bill. There were no hard feelings, and I bet they would have still bounced ideas off each other like they always did. Fiona didn't reply. Now she'd got Frances comfortable with answering her questions, she wanted to try silence for a minute or two, to see if Frances chattered some more details. Neil might have been a good fit for the murder of Kevin, but as he hadn't left the shelter, he wasn't the person who'd attacked Alice.
Shit!
It was Steve's voice Fiona heard.
She's stopped breathing!
Fiona knew Steve could only be talking about Alice, which meant the killer had claimed their second victim. Chapter 35.
She's stroking!
Steve's face was as grim as any Fiona had ever seen. A silence fell over the shelter as every eye turned to Steve. There was not a sound beyond the quiet words of support Steve was speaking into Alice's ear. Numbness at the situation engulfed Fiona, so she made a fist with her left hand and dug her nails into the palm. More than any other person in this shelter, Fiona had to keep her wits sharp. As the police officer in the group, it wasn't up to her just to catch the killer. She had to do so before they had the chance to strike again. As much as Fiona wanted to act, to try and help somehow, she stayed back. Steve was a nurse. He'd be far better placed to look after Alice. Or he would be, if he wasn't riding high on her suspect list. Steve was in line to inherit Kevin's estate. This included a successful business in Inverary House. And if the business was as profitable as Fiona suspected, there would be investments or savings as well. Money was one of the most common motivations for murder. By Fiona's calculations, Inverary House turned over more than $2 million a year. If, after taxation and costs, there was a 10% profit margin, Inverary House would give Kevin $200,000 a year. Kevin had owned the hotel for the best part of 30 years. If he'd cleared that much every year, he could be sitting on $3 million, plus whatever the business was worth when sold. Some or all of that money could have been given to charity or spent on a frivolous lifestyle. But everything she'd so far learned about Kevin showed him as a savvy businessman with a strong work ethic. People were killed every day for a lot less than $3 million. Sums like that were the realms of fantasy for most people. For a nurse working in A&E, it would be a veritable fortune. Like so many of the country's public sector workers, Steve would be expected to work long, thankless shifts for a wage that was little more than livable. Had he looked at his uncle's wealth and decided to take matters into his own hands? Without knowing if Kevin helped Steve financially, it was a possibility that had to be considered, although Fiona knew she had to keep an open mind. Steve had said earlier he worked at Glasgow Royal Infirmary. Before she'd been posted to Loch Gilphead, Fiona had been stationed in Glasgow. She'd attended the Royal Infirmary on 3 occasions to break up fights in A&E. On weekends and bank holidays, it was a regular call-out. The A&E dealt with drunks who'd hurt themselves, people who'd received beatings and all manner of other injuries. The atmosphere had always been that of a tinderbox, and while the NHS staff had gone about their work with a smile on their faces, it was obvious the smiles were false. It took a special kind of person to tolerate such an environment on a daily basis, and Fiona had seen the worn faces behind the false smiles. How tempting would it be for someone who could exchange that life for one of wealth and luxury? All of this was a stretch. It implied a lack of morality in someone who'd chosen a career where helping people was the main goal. Sarah had said Steve's parents were killed in a car crash when he was just 10. She'd also said the first people on the scene found Steve trying to give his mother CPR. It required no psychological deafness to work out Steve's career was a calling, because every patient he saved would in some way atone for not being able to save his mother. Steve's story mirrored Fiona's own. That, more than any other reason, was why she doubted it was Steve who'd murdered Kevin. Aunt Mary had been the one to protect and care for Fiona in her darkest days. Kevin would have been the same for Steve. Under no circumstances could Fiona imagine herself doing even the slightest harm to Aunt Mary. Not a slapped face, not even a plucked hair. She could no more kill Aunt Mary than she could flap her arms and fly. When it came to Aunt Mary, Fiona picked her words with care so as not to cause so much as the slightest offence. Fiona knew she owed Aunt Mary a debt that could never be repaid, and she was sure Steve would feel the same way towards Kevin. That, above anything else, was why she doubted Steve was the killer. There was no amount of worldly goods that would make Fiona even consider killing Aunt Mary. If offered the chance to learn the identity of her parents' killer and reasons for their murder at the expense of Aunt Mary's life, Fiona wouldn't even stop to think. She'd keep her aunt alive and forego the closure whose lack dominated her life. Once again, Fiona dug fingernails into the palm of her hand. She needed to stop thinking emotionally and start thinking with the rational, logical part of her brain. Facts, not emotions, solved cases. Steve had been calm when he'd found Kevin. There had been no histrionics, no outpouring of emotion to show his feelings towards his uncle. Instead, he treated Kevin as a medical patient rather than a family member. It could be his professional training had kicked in, or it could be something more sinister. After Kevin had died, Steve's emotions had remained buttoned down. There were no tears for the lost relative, no anger or denial about Kevin's death. Everyone grieved in their own way. Fiona knew that only too well. But they still grieved, and Steve didn't appear to be any more upset at the loss of his uncle than any of the others who knew Kevin. Fiona was well aware she'd got lucky with Aunt Mary. Everything she'd heard about Kevin from the people she'd spoken to had painted him as a good boss and decent guy. He was also a successful businessman. To succeed in business, especially a high-end hotel like Inverary House, would take no small amount of hard work, and at times ruthlessness. Chefs were known to work long, punishing hours, and if there was a hotel to oversee as well as his work as a chef, there wouldn't be many hours left in the day for Kevin to care for his nephew. Steve appeared to be in his early 30s, which would mean he'd gone into Kevin's care around the turn of the millennium, say 4 or 5 years after Kevin had taken over Inverary House. By then, most of the hard work turning a business around ought to have been completed, but Kevin would still be a busy man. Fiona needed to get a picture of what life was like for Steve and Kevin at that time. Had the grief-stricken child been plonked in front of a TV or games console and left to amuse himself while his uncle carried on with his business? Or had Kevin relied on his staff to keep the business steady while he devoted his time to caring for Steve? Had the boy been shipped off to a boarding school? Had Kevin been close to Steve's parents the way Aunt Mary was with Fiona's? Or was he someone the boy hardly knew? Was he a kind and benevolent uncle, or one who'd made Steve earn his own way in life? There were so many questions whirling around Fiona's head. She barely heard Steve asking Ivor to help him move Alice onto the floor so he could start CPR. Chapter 36. Nobody moved or spoke or looked anyone in the eye as Steve went to work on Alice. Fiona knew that they were all expecting Alice to die on the floor of the shelter.
Somebody check their watch. Let me know when 10 minutes has passed.
Fiona got why Steve wanted someone to monitor the time. 10 minutes was how long he'd chosen to give Alice the CPR that was keeping the blood and oxygen flowing around her body. 10 minutes was a short amount of time to perform CPR. Fiona's training had been to continue until paramedics or a doctor was present. In her years as a police officer, she'd never had to perform CPR, but it wasn't an omission she was unhappy about not having on her record. The last refresher course she'd been given had highlighted a few key numbers to her. The number she'd taken away was 20 minutes. People had responded to CPR long after this milestone, but there was a far greater risk of brain damage to the casualty after this point. The tutor had pressed home the number, saying even in a surgical setting, CPR was usually halted after 20 minutes if there had been no response. Steve had chosen to give Alice just half of the key number. Was the decision based on callousness, the fact that even if Alice did respond before then, her chances of survival were negligible without proper medical attention, or a desire to strike another person down? Ever since the attack on Alice, Fiona's thinking was the attack had been committed by the same person who'd murdered Kevin. Only 4 of the strangers, Steve, Ivor, Thomas and Sarah, had been out looking for Alice along with herself and Jack, creating the opportunity to attack her and leave her for dead. Earlier on, Ivor and Sarah had been at the shelter already when she'd arrived with Donna and Jack and the rest of their group, which meant it wouldn't have been easy for them to attack Kevin and then make their way to the shelter undetected. That left Steve and Thomas as prime suspects. Steve having the time he performed CPR on Alice was perhaps another way to ensure she didn't make it through the night. Why Steve would want Alice dead was unknown to her, but Fiona guessed Alice might have seen something. Perhaps it had been his attack on Kevin, or something to do with the hotel. She did the books for Inverary House. If Steve had been up to something, had she spotted it and threatened to tell Kevin? That tallied on a lot of different levels, and none of them bode well for Alice. Sarah's voice broke the silence.
5 minutes.
Fiona was wrestling with 2 dilemmas. Was she watching a murder take place in front of her? And what ought she do when they reached the 10 minutes Steve had allotted? A glance round the room showed white faces set in fearful expressions. Even the inexpressive Ivor was stony-faced as he watched Steve perform rhythmic thrusts down onto Alice's sternum. Steve's face was beaded with sweat, and his breathing was ragged from the exertion. Frances was drawing the back of her thumbs under her eyes as Thomas smoothed his hand down her back. Donna was cuddled into Jack, not that Fiona gave much concern to the woman who'd once been her closest friend.
8 minutes.
Sarah's tone was more stretched than it had been 3 minutes ago.
Come on, Alice. We're here. You can get through this.
The comment from Sarah earned her a vicious look from her husband.
Say more. She might be able to hear you.
At Steve's instruction, everyone joined in, urging Alice to cling on, to open her eyes. The only movements from Alice were involuntary reactions to Steve's thrusts.
9 minutes.
The entreaties to Alice deepened in their fervour as Fiona prepared herself to take over from Steve if he tried to call a time of death at 10 minutes.
9.5.
Fiona wanted to gag Sarah, to prevent her from continuing her macabre countdown, to switch off the clock whose ticking signalled the end of Alice's life. The urgings were growing louder and more desperate as they all willed Alice to survive.
10 minutes.
Steve didn't stop pumping Alice's chest. He kept on going past 12 minutes, 15. Alice still didn't respond. When Sarah said 18 minutes, Steve turned his head to look at Fiona without pausing his downward thrusts. Fiona gulped at the enormity of his unasked question. As a police officer, she was the authority in the room, and he was deferring responsibility to her. With a clenched jaw and a leaden heart, Fiona lifted her right hand and gave Steve the peace sign. In 2 more minutes, Alice would have had CPR for 20 minutes. To continue beyond that point wasn't likely to bring Alice back. And even if by some miracle she responded, they were still stuck up a Monroe many hours from the kind of medical help Alice would need if she was to make it through the night. All the same, Fiona wondered if she'd just given a murderer permission to kill again.
19 minutes.
By now the entreaties were less fervent, as everyone seemed to be coming to terms with the idea Alice wasn't going to respond to Steve's efforts. Fiona wasn't speaking. Instead, she was working out what to do and say when another minute had passed.
20 minutes.
Again, Steve looked Fiona's way, and this time everyone else looked at her too, as they'd picked up on the unspoken conversation between nurse and copper.
You're the nurse, Steve. I have to bow to your greater experience. I hate to say this, but if you think life is extinct and there's no chance of Alice coming back, you should call time of death.
Even to Fiona's ears the statement lacked emotion and sounded like the kind of thing people said when they wanted to cover their arse. It was far from Fiona's proudest moment, but she had to protect herself, to insulate herself from any comeback when this was over and everything was picked apart by a team of detectives. The only way Fiona would ever find out who killed her parents was by investigating the cold crime herself. And to do that, she needed to retain her status as an officer for Police Scotland. Chapter 37. Jack, Ivor and Thomas helped Steve place Alice's body on the same bench in the second room where Kevin's body lay. Hard looks were speeding Fiona's way, but she ignored them. There was still an investigation to conduct, and no matter what the others thought, she had a duty of care for them, and the only way she could guarantee their safety was to identify the killer. Next on Fiona's list of people to speak to were Thomas and Steve. Neither were conversations she was looking forward to. Both were suspects. Both had had the opportunity to attack Alice as well as Kevin. For Fiona, Steve had an obvious motive: money. Thomas, on the other hand, possessed no standout motive. Due to the way Steve had slumped onto a bench, Fiona stepped across to Thomas and tapped the arm he had draped across Francis's shoulders. "Your turn." A hand grasped Fiona's shoulder from behind. Not hard, but firm enough to make Fiona tense as she whirled to see who it was.
"Can we talk? I'm so sorry about what I said before. I didn't mean it. You know that, don't you?"
"Not now, Donna."
"Please, Fiona. You have to let me apologise."
"I don't have to let you do anything. And I said, not now." Donna's lip wobbled as she retreated. Fiona felt no guilt at the way she'd spoken to Donna. At some point in the future she would let Donna say her piece. But she wasn't ready to hear it yet, if she ever would be. What Donna had said was the worst kind of betrayal, and as close as she'd always been to Donna, Fiona wasn't sure she could forgive her. Thomas was on his feet, but his expression was one of fearful confusion. The hard tone Fiona had used with Donna wasn't a side of her she wanted Thomas to witness. He was nervous enough by nature, and she needed him to be calm instead of a skittish fawn. Poor Alice. Thomas's eyes were locked on the section of the bench where Alice and Kevin lay. Poor Kevin. It's terrible what's happened. You do understand I need to work out who murdered them? That I have to identify and arrest the killer? Of course. They need to be locked up. Thomas gave a half-furtive look at the doorway to the shelter's main room. I can't believe anyone in here killed them, though. We all got on. We worked together for years. The killer must be someone else, or your mate. He was quick enough to lamp me when he thought I'd attacked you. Every word Thomas was saying got analysed by Fiona as he said it. He'd started off lamenting the murders, and that could be a distraction. Or, if he was smarter than he presented himself, a way of urging Fiona to solve the case. After that, he denied the killer was one of his group. That was natural. Nobody wanted to think the worst of people they liked and respected. But it hadn't gone unnoticed by Fiona. Thomas had pointed the finger of blame squarely at Jack. After being punched by Jack, it was no surprise Thomas had his suspicions about him. But Fiona knew Jack hadn't had the chance to commit the attack on Alice. Therefore, if her theory was correct and there was only one killer, then Jack was innocent. Even if there were two, Jack wasn't close to the top of her list of suspects for Kevin's murder. It was typical, though, of a guilty person to try shifting the focus of an investigation onto someone else. And who better than a stranger who'd already shown a violent side to his personality? I can understand why you want to blame Jack, but he and I were together all the time we were looking for Alice. Fiona allowed a silence to grow as she wanted Thomas to eliminate Jack of his own accord. Even more than that, she was testing Thomas. And if you were together, you know he didn't attack Alice. The odds of there being two people up here who are killers are bound to be ridiculously low. Therefore, Jack is innocent. Fiona said nothing, but she did rotate her head to acknowledge Thomas's words. He'd arrived at her theory in no time at all. Therefore, he was nobody's fool, and a lot smarter than she'd previously thought. It had been a mistake of Fiona's to assume Thomas wasn't as clever as his colleagues. Maybe it was his youth compared to the others, or the fact he seemed less confident. But when she'd learned he ran the bar and acted as a sommelier at Inverary House, she ought to have recognised to do so would require what Dave Lennox referred to as live cells, and revised her opinion of Thomas. How big an error that might prove to be was unknown, but the realisation just added to the dread Fiona could feel building in her stomach. When you and Steve were out looking for Alice, did you stay together or split up? We split up. Both of us thought you were being overly cautious by telling us to stay in pairs. Besides, we both needed a piss, so we went our separate ways. I went a little bit along the track and looked down the hill. Steve went further uphill. When did you meet back up? After I shouted to let everyone know I'd found the place where Alice had flattened the snow with her feet. Everyone came together at once. Did you see anyone before that? No. Are you finished with me? Thomas gestured to Frances. She's upset, and none of the others are helping her. You like Frances, don't you? I do. She's always been good to me. She doesn't rip the piss like Sarah or Lewis. Fiona had meant Thomas liked Frances in a more romantic way, but what he'd said about Sarah and Lewis gave her a better line of inquiry. How do they rip the piss? They don't like how much I know about wine and whiskey. Before he left, Neil taught me a lot about them. Not just where they're from and so on, but how they're made, what to look for in certain grape varieties, what distinguishes a good whiskey from a great one. A sneer crept into Thomas's voice. Sarah buys her wine in 3-litre boxes at the shop, and Lewis drinks whichever whiskey is cheapest. I've given them a taste of the really good stuff, but they don't appreciate it. They think I'm jumped up because even though I came from a shitty council estate, I learned to appreciate the finer things in life. The only reason I made it is because Kevin took a chance on me. Thomas gave a huge sniff and let it act as a full stop on his sentence. Were they nasty to you, or was it good-natured teasing? They're never full-on nasty about it, but they never let it go either. Sarah is the worst. She can be a right snidey cow when she wants. I've stopped reacting to it and they've eased off. What flaws of theirs are you aware of? She's got ideas above her station. To hear her speak, it's her who should be in charge, not Kevin. I've heard her try and tell Kevin what to do on a couple of occasions. And how did Kevin react to that? He thanked her for sharing her opinion, but said that if he wanted her advice in future, he'd request it. The corners of Thomas's mouth leapt for such a brief second it might have been a nervous tick. She wasn't happy, but what could she do? What indeed? Fiona picked over what he'd said and added it to her picture of the various personalities. And what about Lewis? Did he challenge Kevin at all? Someone said earlier, Kevin never let Lewis add a dish to the menu. That doesn't sound like someone who's supposed to be a good boss getting the best out of his staff. Thomas's mouth opened and closed before he opened it a second time. It's the difference between a good and a great chef. Lewis would be fantastic in a country pub with lots of homemade fare, but Kevin was on a different level. You should have seen the dishes he could create. Comparing the two of them is like comparing a bog-standard saloon to a Ferrari. For the fine dining, I match wines to each dish. Lewis's idea of matching food and drink is a pie and a pint. It doesn't sound like he was that good a fit for a fine dining establishment. Why wasn't he let go? Because he works hard, follows instruction well, and is reliable. Say what you like about him, and Alice often did. He worked hard and never let anyone down. That's a lot more than you can say about lots of people who work in the hospitality industry. I see. You said Alice often voiced her opinion on him. What did she have to say? She always thought Lewis could make more of himself, that if he showed a bit more interest in the finer things in life, he'd get more pleasure out of what he did. What about Alice and Sarah? How did they get on? They were at each other's throats earlier. Is that normal for them? It isn't. They're normally like besties. Many's the time I've seen them having a cuppa and a crack. Fiona added the information to her profile and considered how it affected her opinions of everyone. Alice and Sarah being friends was a surprise, as both seemed vocal, and in her experience two vocal people rarely got along well. As for the comments made to Thomas about his interest in whiskey and wine, they could be passed off as petty jealousy from people who didn't appreciate the sight of someone bettering themselves. And what about Steve? How does he get on with everyone? Fine, as far as I'm aware. Whenever he visited, he'd pitch in if needed. He'd moved out long before I started there, so I don't know what it was like when he was there full-time. But from what I've heard, if it wasn't for Kevin, Steve would have ended up in the care system. I've been there, when my old dear's drinking got out of hand. Steve was bloody lucky to have Kevin looking after him. The revelation Thomas had been in the care system rammed home to Fiona how little she knew about all of the people on her suspect list. It was Steve whom she planned to question next, and after him, Neil. As the oldest in the group and a friend of Kevin's, Neil would know more about Steve's early days living with his uncle. Chapter 38. Steve's eyes were hard when he sat down to talk with Fiona. To her, they looked like dirty granite orbs. His expression was one of someone who was beaten down by life, and that figured considering he'd just lost his closest relative and had then failed to save a patient in his care. Or at least, it would figure if he was innocent.
I've been waiting for you to speak to me. I saw how you talked to some of the others first. I expect they'll have told you Kevin was my uncle, and about how he took me in. I'm sure they've also told you that as I'm Kevin's only living relative, I'm like as not in line to inherit Inverary House, unless there's any surprises in Kevin's will. You cops all look for means, motive and opportunity, don't you? I bet they're like a holy trinity to cops. You said before Kevin had been clobbered with a rock. That would be the means. The lack of visibility in the snowstorm gives the opportunity, and now you've learned I'm in line to inherit a very good business, you have your motive. So what happens now? Do you drop your suspicions of everyone else and focus on me?
Fiona was happy to listen to Steve. He was making sense, and if his words were to be believed, he was expecting to be the focus of her investigation. They did tell me all that. And you're right, means, motive and opportunity are all factors detectives look at when working a case. However, I'm not a detective. I'm your bog-standard, run-of-the-mill police officer. I get sent to break up arguments between neighbours, wrestle drunks at kicking out time, and if any crimes of note happen in the area, I either get guard duty or a task so boring and mundane it makes my teeth itch.
Nice try. I watch the news, read the papers. You've solved 2 murder cases in the last year. You're a poster girl for Police Scotland, a PR dream. You're not so pretty it looks like they drafted in a model, yet nor are you some hatchet-faced old cow. You're smart. A lot smarter than you're making yourself out to be. You might fool some of the others, but you're not fooling me.
I'll take your comments on my intelligence as a compliment. What you said about my looks could be taken either way, so I'm ignoring both your comments and whatever your intention was in giving them. Steve's expression never changed, but the forefinger of his left hand started tapping against his knee.
I get I'm a good fit when it comes to Kevin's murder. I deny killing him. Of course I do. But I don't expect you to believe me. What I will say, though, is while I had your holy trinity when it came to Kevin, I didn't have it so far as Alice was concerned. So why would I kill her? And let's be sensible about this. Whoever killed Kevin has to be the same person who killed Alice.
A sense of calm fell over Fiona. Steve had a sharp mind and was a quick thinker. It was clear he'd given the topic a lot of thought, which was logical whether or not he was the killer. These verbal jousts weren't something she got very often. Most of the interviews she conducted were with mouth-breathing Neanderthals, whose idea of clever wordplay was an episode of Catchphrase. Steve, on the other hand, presented a challenge, and while she felt she could best him at leisure with a well-timed sentence or two, Fiona was happy to let him rattle on, as she was more likely to hear things she could use when she needed to.
You're not saying much, are you? Is it because you know I'm right about Alice?
Time to drop the first bomb, to test whether Steve's confidence remained when his defence was put under some pressure. If Alice told you she'd witnessed you attacking Kevin and put the screws on you for a share of Inverary House, or maybe a one-off payment to ensure her silence, I'd count that as a motive. Thomas said you'd split up when searching for her, which is opportunity. As for means, I established earlier all of us who looked for her grabbed an armful of logs. Fiona made a point of locking eyes with Steve. And that's just off the top of my head. Like you pointed out, I'm not a detective, but lots of detectives will end up working this case. That's as certain as night following day. They'll ask about your relationship with Alice, whether you liked her, loved her even. They'll want to know if you and she ever had a physical relationship, if she ever touched you in an inappropriate fashion while you were growing up. Those detectives will have years of experience. They'll have seen and heard of things you and I couldn't begin to imagine. Make no mistake, when we get down off Ben Vuya, you're going to be asked an awful lot of questions by some very suspicious officers. Fiona stopped speaking and waited until Steve broke eye contact. It took less than a second as he contemplated his near future. It had been good to see the doubt in his eyes, to see him realise how easy it might be to find a reason for him to kill Alice as well as his uncle. What Fiona hoped more than anything was that she hadn't made a mistake in saying so much. If she'd given him forewarning of the questions coming his way, he'd have time to prepare answers. Worst of all, if he was guilty, he might try concocting some ridiculous story about how both Kevin and Alice had abused him and use it as mitigating circumstance to plead down his sentence.
So what you're saying is, I'm screwed, aren't I?
I'm not saying that. You sat down here expecting me to accuse you. You even challenged my logic should I make an accusation. All I've done is show you how I, or any halfway competent detective, can guess what your motive for killing Alice might be.
What happens now?
Steve gestured at the shelter.
You won't be able to do a proper police interview here, will you? I'm guessing this conversation is only happening because you think I'm guilty, and you're trying to either trick me into saying the wrong thing, or you're putting pressure on me so I'll confess when one of your detective buddies starts with the real interviews.
I'm not going to lie. I'm trying both of those things. But there's something else I'll admit to you. I don't think you're guilty. Steve's mouth hung open as he stared at Fiona.
You what? If you don't think I killed them, why are you giving me the 3rd degree?
I actually wasn't. I haven't yet asked you a single question about Kevin's or Alice's murder.
You said yet. That means you plan to. But you haven't explained why you think I'm innocent.
I'll come to that in a minute. Fiona wanted to lean back, but doing so would encourage Steve to either lean over her or speak louder. Neither were things she wanted to happen. But before she got too far into the questions with Steve, she wanted to try and put his mind at ease a little, so he'd be more likely to say something that she could pounce on. First, I want to start with the whole 3rd degree thing you mentioned. Out of interest, did you know the origin of giving someone the 3rd degree stems from Freemasonry? To achieve the 3rd degree and become a master mason, candidates were subjected to intensive questioning.
Trust a copper to know that.
Touché. Now, getting back to my questions. You were taken in by your uncle after your parents' death. I believe you were 10 at the time. How did your uncle juggle looking after you and running Inverary House?
He didn't. For the first few weeks he was with me all the time. When he'd got me enrolled in a school, he'd look after the hotel while I was at school and be there for me the rest of the time.
Steve gave a shrug that also saw him tilt his head to one side.
By the time term had finished, he was easing more and more back towards the hotel. He'd spend a couple of hours with me and then leave me to watch TV or do my homework or play on the PlayStation he got me. Around 8:30, he'd come up to the flat we lived in, chase me off to bed, and that would be it. He kept every Sunday afternoon free to be with me, and if we didn't go out somewhere, we'd watch or play football together.
Everything Steve was saying evoked bitter memories for Fiona. Aunt Mary had done for her pretty much what Kevin had done for Steve. Without Aunt Mary, Fiona had no clue as to how she'd have got through those first weeks. She guessed Steve would have similar thoughts about his uncle. It sounds very much like he put his life on hold to make sure you were okay, and then eased back when the time was right. Was he good to you? I don't mean financially by buying you bits and pieces. I mean, did he make sure you were okay, mentally as well as physically? Looking after a kid who's lost their parents is about a lot more than buying toys. It's about repairing their soul. Steve's eyes narrowed.
Why do you ask that?
Because I think it's relevant. Because I don't think any amount of PlayStation games or any other trinkets are what you really needed then. Did he look after you in the ways that really mattered? Tears filled Steve's eyes, but he made no effort to wipe them away.
He did. I didn't know it at the time. I was just this daft bairn who was football mad, and then when after the crash, Kevin stepped up. He put his dream on hold and became Mum and Dad to me. When I look back and think of some of the shite he put up with from me those first weeks, he was a saint. If he hadn't taken me in, God knows where I'd have ended up. He didn't just save me. He made me. He put me through uni to get my nursing degree and paid for all my accommodation and anything else major that I needed. The only thing he didn't pay for was my food and drink. He told me to get a job and pay for them myself. I guess it was his way of teaching me a work ethic and the value of money.
Steve locked eyes with Fiona.
I didn't kill him. I could never hurt him. Okay, we fell out from time to time, but usually over something stupid I'd done, like getting a speeding ticket in his car. I could always go to him with anything. He'd grumble a bit and then give me solid advice. He was the first person I came out to.
How did he react? Fiona hadn't thought about Steve's sexual preferences, as they didn't matter to her.
He told me he'd guessed years ago, and then asked me to pass the remote.
Another tilt of the head, accompanied by a rueful smile.
That was Kevin all over. He never made a song and dance about anything but Inverary House. And even then, he was quiet and forceful. He was so clued up. He saw everything, had such a wise take on so many situations. Yes, I might inherit the hotel and whatever money Kevin has. I'd give it all up to have him back. To sit and watch a match with him. To once again have a last drink after the bar's closed and all the customers have gone to bed. Fuck the money. I don't want that. I want the man who saved my life to not be dead. With Kevin gone, I've lost everything, not gained a fortune. I'd commit suicide before I did anything to hurt Kevin. You've no idea what it was like for me when Mum and Dad died. Without Kevin, I'd have wound up in prison if I didn't kill myself with drink or drugs first.
I do know what it's like. Fiona rose to her feet and went to the narrow doorway. When she caught Jack's eye, she waved him over. Jack loomed over Steve, and Fiona could tell he was tense and ready to act at her command.
What is it? Has he given you a problem?
There's no problem. I just want you to tell him what happened to me when I was 15. Just the headlines. He doesn't need the gory details. Steve turned his head to look up at Jack.
Her parents were murdered when she was at school. She ended up living with her auntie in some remote valley near Hoyk. The cops have never found out who killed her parents, and whether she admits it or not, that haunts her.
Thank you, Jack. Fiona had to cut Jack off before he said anything more. He wasn't wrong, but it didn't mean the time was right for her whole sorry story to be laid out in front of Steve when the headlines would suffice. I'll take it from here. As Jack shuffled off, there were unshed tears in Steve's eyes, but he was looking at Fiona with a new understanding.
You do know what it's like. We crashed because my mum and dad were arguing and he was driving too fast. That sucks, but at least I've always known why they died. But you don't even have that, do you?
I don't. But you were with your parents. You'd have seen how hurt they were. You were younger than me. We might have much the same story, but our versions are different. It's because I've lived a lot of the same things you have that I don't think you killed Kevin or Alice. But you have to admit, you being Kevin's sole inheritor makes you a highly placed suspect and a perfect scapegoat. Chapter 39. Steve's reaction to Fiona's last sentence made her question her opinion of his intelligence once more. The suggestion whomever had murdered Kevin might be setting him up wasn't one he'd considered, and now he was considering it, his emotions weren't hidden. As soon as his lips began to thin and his head twisted towards the doorway, Fiona reached out a hand and grabbed his wrist to stop him from moving. Stay calm. You're doing yourself no favours by ranting and raving or throwing accusations around. When Steve looked back at Fiona, she saw the defeat in his eyes, the anger in his jaw, and the bloodless skin of someone whose emotional tank was empty. The anger Steve felt would be a natural thing. If he was innocent, he'd feel not only a soul-crushing loss, but a fury against the person who'd robbed him of a loved one. A guilty person might affect the same emotions as a way to deflect any investigation, but Fiona's gut was telling her every one of Steve's reactions was genuine. She had just spelled out what would happen when they got back from the shelter, and unless Steve was planning to go on the run, the only way he wouldn't face a lot of awkward questions from the detectives who landed this case was if Fiona proved someone else was the killer. Innocent or guilty, Steve's best option was to retain control of his emotions and answer Fiona's questions. Fiona had realised this a good while ago, but she gave Steve a couple of minutes to work it out for himself.
Whether I killed him or not, I'm screwed. What you said before about me being the prime suspect will be right. I'll have to face hour upon hour of questions when I should be planning Kevin's funeral. Instead of being allowed to grieve, I'll be fighting to prove my innocence, won't I?
I'm afraid you will. Unless... Fiona let the hook dangle to see if her bait was taken. The best way to enlist an ally was to trick them into making the alliance. Steve was still on her list of suspects, but after seeing him talk about Kevin, he'd dropped down to equal last place with Jack. Robert De Niro or Meryl Streep may be able to act that grief-stricken at will, but no ordinary person could. As well as the emotional part of her brain discounting Steve as the killer, the logical section was telling her that from Steve's perspective, it didn't make sense for him to do it on Ben Vuya. From everything she'd heard, Kevin loved Steve, and Steve was in line to inherit Kevin's entire estate. He would be welcome in Kevin's home and probably had his own key. If he was plotting to murder his uncle, he'd probably have planned to sneak into the house during the night and slit his throat or bash his skull in. Steve would have worked to give himself an alibi. He may even have hired a hitman. But for someone who was savvy enough to know they'd be the first person the police would look at, it seemed reckless in the extreme for him to seize an opportunity that was granted only by a whim of the weather. It could be the chance had been taken because Kevin planned to change his will, cutting Steve out. But from what Fiona could recollect, there had been no sour faces or lingering atmosphere when they'd first met Kevin, Steve and the others, and nobody who'd just lost out on millions would have been in good spirits.
You have to help me, Fiona. Help me prove my innocence.
I'm a cop. Fiona used the slang term on purpose. I'm not a detective. All I can do is try my best to investigate the murders until trained detectives take over. However, if I can work out who the killer is, then you'll be recognised as the innocent you claim to be. Now, everything you've told me so far about yours and Kevin's relationship will be very easy for detectives to prove or disprove. All they'll have to do is trace the payments he made to the uni and the place you stayed in when at uni. If he paid the money to you and then you paid it on, that's just as easy to track. By speaking to former and current staff members, they'll verify what you said about him looking after you. My old sergeant who taught me the ropes is a canny beggar. He taught me a lot and he reiterated what he'd been taught at Tully Allen when it came to murders. It's usually about money or sex. There'll be the odd time when a domestic violence victim will lash out at their abuser and kill them, but those cases are fewer and further between than you might imagine. Sometimes there can be a gang killing, but most of them are either retaliation or a warning to someone who's encroaching on a gang's turf. As they're to do with protecting the gang's territory, they're about money.
You're basically saying the detectives are going to think I killed him, so I'll inherit his money and Inverary house. That's obvious. And as I didn't do it, the real killer must have had another reason. Sex isn't something Kevin ever seemed interested in to me. I've never known him to date, or even check out a good-looking woman. The odd time he'd joke about female sales reps who thought flirting was the best way to achieve sales, but that was about it.
So he didn't date anyone? That seems odd. We all need someone in our lives, even if it's for companionship rather than a physical release. Do you think he never checked women out because he was gay himself?
Kevin certainly wasn't gay. He told me once when we sat up to 3 a.m. drinking, he'd been married around the time I was born. He admitted she'd broken his heart, and because he never wanted to risk being so hurt again, he decided to put all his energies into his business. And that's what he did. Well, until I moved in at least.
I get that. The words were out before Fiona could stop them. Steve's look curled into shrewdness.
Let me guess. You don't form lasting relationships because you're afraid of the pain when they go sour. Sure, you might go on dates and have some fun, but the minute someone starts getting serious, their arse is kicked into touch before you can experience a painful loss again. Am I right?
Let's just say you're not wrong and leave it at that, shall we? Fiona caught the catch in her own voice as she recognised a kindred spirit in Steve. We've both been damaged by life, but I don't consider myself broken. And nor should you.
Fair enough. Now, if the motive for killing Kevin isn't money or sex, what is it?
Chapter 40. Fiona tried not to pull a face at the way Steve was so quick to rule out sex as a motive. For all he might have been close to his uncle, she knew only too well how a loved one could keep secrets. Her own aunt, Mary, had withheld details of a relationship she'd started, and while Fiona wasn't ashamed of herself, there wasn't anything in the world that could force her to tell Aunt Mary how she'd pick up a guy when she felt the need for sexual release. If you're not the killer, we can rule out inheriting Kevin's money as a motive. That leaves sex.
Thanks, but you're not my type.
The wan smile that accompanied Steve's joke almost broke Fiona's heart. The man in front of her was living her worst fear. He was hanging by his emotional fingertips, and by sharing her thought processes with him, she was asking for more than he could give. She got why he'd made the weak jest. He needed to keep things light, to keep himself on an even keel. Shame. I've always had a thing for nurses. I guess it's the scrubs, the way they really show off the figure.
Yeah, they're great. I pull whenever I slip them on.
A flicker of amusement crossed Steve's face for the briefest of moments before it fell again.
I can't see Kevin being killed over sex, though. Certainly not by anyone here. He always kept a professional distance between himself and his staff. Don't get me wrong, he'd work alongside them and have a laugh and everything, but he always knew where to draw the line. No way would he have slept with any of them. Nor would he have even tried. He was never one to hug them, even when they clearly needed a friendly hug because they were going through a tough time.
To Fiona, Steve's words sounded like the lionising of the deceased that so often happens. After death, all living sins were erased and arseholes became saints, abusers became wonderful providers, and 1,000 other such reinventions happened. Fiona was aware she was being cynical. It could be Kevin had been as Steve described him. While Kevin wasn't being offered up for a sainthood just yet, nor was he being painted as anything other than a decent guy who behaved in a responsible way. Inverary House seemed to be his love affair, and while it was possible he had a sex life Steve knew nothing about, none of the others in the group were flinging wild accusations around. In a close-knit work environment, there would be few secrets that could be kept for any length of time. Had one of them, say Ivor as an example, heard Kevin had slept with Sarah, he was sure to have accused Lewis of killing him. That hadn't happened. Therefore it was unlikely Kevin had slept with or made advances on any of his female staff, but not impossible. Despite their age difference, Thomas appeared to be sweet on Francis, but from what Fiona had seen, his was a case of unrequited love more than anything else. Another reason to discount Kevin having had any romantic connection to Sarah was Lewis had a twisted or broken ankle. Therefore, Lewis hadn't left the shelter to search for Alice, which meant he hadn't been able to kill her, and that in turn ruled him out of having killed Kevin. OK, let's take those present out of the equation. Do you think it's possible your uncle was seeing anyone at all? Fiona tried a gentle smile to keep the mood light in consideration of Steve's fragile state. And if he might have been, who do you think that person was?
He might have been seeing someone, but I don't know when he'd see them, as he was always at the hotel. He certainly never brought anyone to the hotel to my knowledge. I asked him about it once, why he didn't date anyone or invite a woman to join him there for dinner.
What did he say?
He laughed, said he wasn't interested in dating anyone, and if he did, there was no way he'd bring her anywhere near Inverary House until he knew what she was really like. He said bringing anyone back to Inverary House on a date was showing off, that he wouldn't do it, and I never should. He was always on about watching out for gold diggers, kept telling me to never reveal I was going to inherit a hotel one day, that I should always make sure of someone's real motives for being with me before I mentioned Inverary House.
Steve gave a deprecating shrug.
Like I was ever going to risk getting hurt again.
That seems wise. Fiona didn't just mean the risk of losing someone Steve loved. Is there anybody at all who you think he may have dated or even wanted to date?
There's nobody. He never got over his wife's affair. He loved her. I think part of him always loved her, no matter how much she hurt him. I never knew her. They split when I was around 3, so I have no memories of her and how he was when I did see him.
We'll leave individuals for a moment. And I know you said there was no one. But if there was, what type of woman do you think he would go for? What would she have to be like? Tell me anything you can think of. We're talking age, personality, shape, whatever. Steve's brow creased, and Fiona used the time he spent thinking to take a run at a new theory she'd created. It was a stretch, a real stretch, but not beyond the bounds of probability, not when the payoff would be in the region of 7 figures. Kevin had built a successful business of Inverary House. It was worth a couple of million at least, plus whatever he had stashed away. He seemed a canny operator and a decent person. Aunt Mary worked at a solicitor's office, and while she never blabbed about clients, she'd often regaled Fiona with tales about the legalities of various situations. As Fiona's chosen career was a police officer, she'd lapped up these stories and done whatever she could to learn as much as her aunt could or would tell her. If money was the key reason Kevin had been killed, then the killer had to be someone who stood to gain financially from his death. That thinking made Steve the chief suspect. He was number 1 in line. Except Fiona knew from Aunt Mary, few solicitors advised their clients to name only one benefactor when drawing up a will. There would be a secondary name or collection of names should Steve be deceased at the time of Kevin's death. The identity of the secondary name was unknown to her, but the more Fiona thought about possibilities, the less she liked where she was going with her thinking. Steve had said Kevin's ex-wife cheated on him before he got Inverary House. Was she bitter because she felt she'd made a mistake with her life choices? Had she watched from the sidelines and built years of resentment towards her ex? Had she felt she was owed a share of Kevin's money and business? Steve had also said he thought Kevin still loved his ex. Would he name her after Steve? Maybe even give her something alongside Steve. If not a share of the hotel, perhaps she was in line for a cash sum. If she knew or suspected this, she'd then be in the frame for Kevin's murder. Fiona's mind flashed to the possibility one of the women in the group was Kevin's ex, and then ground to a halt. Sarah and Frances were both too young to have been married to Kevin almost 30 years ago, and Alice had been murdered. Plus, surely one of the group would have told her about Kevin's ex-wife being present. What seemed far more probable to Fiona was the ex-wife had enlisted the help of someone who was here. If she was romantically involved with one of the men here, it would make sense for them to kill Kevin, set up Steve as the killer, and then enjoy her inheritance together. Under Scottish law, people couldn't inherit if they were found guilty of murdering their benefactor. It was this fact, more than any other, which kept Steve from the top of her suspect list. He was too good a patsy, and too smart to kill Kevin when he'd be a suspect.
If he had dated anyone, she'd have had to be someone who appreciated the finer things in life. Someone smart, both in the way she dressed and education-wise. He had no time for numpties who couldn't hold an intelligent conversation. She'd have to be clean. He kept his kitchen as clean as an operating theatre, and his house was never anything less than spotless.
Steve's words snapped Fiona away from her theorising. As she scrambled to digest what he was saying, her mind took on another thought. If Steve wasn't lined up to take the fall, did that mean he was a target and would be next to be killed? Chapter 41. It made a lot of sense to Fiona that Steve may also be a target, but for the moment she had to park such thoughts and focus on what he was saying. So can you think of anyone who fits that description?
There's a consultant at the hospital who does, but there's nobody around Inverary I can think of.
Nobody at all.
Hang on a minute.
Steve's face creased, but he shook his head long before the prescribed time period had passed.
No. No way. He'd never do that.
Do what?
The only person who's likely to come into his orbit who fits that description is a woman from Dalmally. She works as a rep for a family firm. They supply game meats to hotels and restaurants across Argyll in the Southern Highlands. She's exactly the kind of woman he'd go for if he went for anyone at all.
So why are you discounting her as a possible love interest?
She's married to the son who runs the business. And after the betrayal Kevin felt after his wife cheated on him, there's no way he'd ever get involved with someone who was attached.
Had Fiona not kept such a tight rein on her own emotional attachments, she might have argued the heart wanted what the heart wanted, or some other such cliché, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. What she could do was appreciate Kevin's principles. She'd twice felt herself developing feelings for someone that could be love. Both times she'd ended the relationship as soon as she recognised the depth of her feeling. Kevin's moralistic principles might seem trite to some, but to her they were beholden to an inner decency, and everyone she'd spoken to had portrayed Kevin as a decent man. OK, let's discount her. Is there anyone else who might feature in his life?
There's nobody else I can think of, and he'd have sooner had his eyes gouged out than try online dating. He always said he was happier on his own, and if he ever did meet someone, it had happened because the world intended it to.
The last sentence struck a chord with Fiona. Did he believe in divine intervention? Karma, that kind of thing?
Not at all. He just believed that if something was meant to be, it would happen, and if it wasn't, it wouldn't. He was quite fatalistic that way.
OK, let's leave that subject alone for now, but we can easily revisit it if you think of anyone else. I want you to tell me everything you know about his ex-wife. Are they still in contact? Does he send her money on a regular basis? Did she remarry? Does she live anywhere near here? Steve's face went blank for a second and then drooped with disappointment.
I'm sorry, but I don't know anything about her. They lived near Stirling when they were married, but I don't know where she went after that. I believe Kevin paid the mortgage on the house, but once it was paid up, he didn't give her any money that I know of. I don't know where she is now, whether she married again or anything about her. For all I know, she could be in Australia or dead. Why do you ask? Why aren't you asking me this stuff about Alice?
I'm just trying to build as big a picture as I can. So far as Alice's murder is concerned, I think whomever attacked Kevin suspected Alice saw something that would reveal their identity and killed her to stay anonymous. Therefore, the key to identifying the killer is to find out who might want to kill your uncle.
Oh.
As Steve fell silent, the cogs again began to whir in Fiona's mind. Not for the first time that night, she rued the fact she couldn't get anything she was told checked out by other officers. Every word she was told had to be taken at face value or discredited by a contrary story. Worse than that was the feeling of isolation. She was the one person who could prevent the killer from either striking again or escaping justice. Sure, some of the men in the shelter would step up if things got physical, but the killer was picking his moments to strike, and so far there had been not even a hint of who might be responsible. Fiona bent her mind back to the ex-wife theory. If she was in cahoots with the killer, it would be one of the men present. That meant Neil, Ivor, Lewis and Thomas were all in that particular frame. Of the four, Neil and Ivor were of a similar age to Kevin, and as such more likely to fall for a woman of their own age. However, there was little love showing between Lewis and Sarah, which could be down to the fact Sarah knew or had strong suspicions her husband was cheating. The problem with putting Lewis in the frame was he'd already been more or less eliminated from her thinking due to his injured ankle. The same logic applied to Neil, who, although looking to have got over the worst of his allergic reaction, hadn't been part of the search party when Alice went AWOL. That left Ivor and Thomas. Of the two, Ivor looked to be the better candidate. Not only was he around the same age as the ex-wife would be, his work as gardener and maintenance man would tone his muscles. Sure, Thomas would lift a few cases of wine or whatever on a regular basis, but there was no escaping the fact there was more meat on a butcher's pencil than his gangly frame. Another reason to doubt Thomas was partnering with the ex-wife was his mooning over Frances. In some respects, it suggested he had a thing for older women, but if he was in cahoots to murder Kevin and frame Steve, he'd surely be infatuated with the ex-wife, not the receptionist. Whichever way she looked at it, Ivor was the chief suspect if her theory about the ex-wife was correct. And that's all it was, a theory. Fiona knew well enough to not pin too much credence on it, but so far as she could work out, it was the best theory she had to date. Another thought was developing in Fiona's head, and she didn't like where it was taking her, as it would cast suspicion on many instead of a couple of candidates, such as her ex-wife theory. The problem with this new idea was it made logical sense, and logic was something she always trusted. If, instead of naming his ex-wife as a beneficiary should Steve have predeceased him, Kevin might have split the inheritance among his staff. Should that be the case, everyone was a suspect. There could be a couple of them working together, or any one of them could be working independently. This new theory meant every person in the shelter, except Jack and Donna, was now a suspect. And those suspects were all potential targets, as the fewer of them who were alive to inherit their share would mean the size of the inheritance for those who survived would be larger. Chapter 42. This new theory was sending Fiona's mind down roads she didn't want to travel. She could feel her heart thumping in her chest as Steve went to check Neil over once more. Fiona knew she ought to speak to one of the others to gain more information, but she needed to think first, to align her thoughts into a cohesive form instead of the chaotic jumble they were. First on Fiona's list was to assess how the hotel and wealth might have been shared out. It could be it was done equal dibs all round, or divided on a meritocracy derived from such factors as length of service and contributions to the business. As a couple, Lewis and Sarah both had credit in the bank, which could potentially mean a significant portion of Kevin's estate would end up in their hands, although Sarah's gripe about Kevin not letting Lewis contribute to the menu could mean Kevin had his own views on Lewis's worth. Alice and Frances were the members of staff who worked in the office, which suggested they were best suited to learning the contents of Kevin's will, either by overhearing a conversation or via a spot of snooping. If Alice had learned of the will and told another member of staff, it could mean she was killed to keep this point silent. By the same thinking, Frances could have been the one who'd spread the news to someone. That brought Thomas back into focus as a suspect, as Fiona believed his infatuation with Frances was strong enough she'd be able to wrap him around her little finger at any point she desired. The issue with that line of thinking was Frances had never presented herself as anything more than a dowdy mouse. If it was an act, it was one she must have maintained her whole time at Inverary House, as not one of the others had commented on the way she was behaving, which suggested it was her norm. It could, of course, be Frances had been playing the long game. that she'd spent years portraying herself as timid in order to achieve an end goal. To Fiona, that wasn't credible. If Frances was going to embark on a plan to get her hands on a man's money, the easy way was to get the man to marry her and then divorce the unlucky fellow, not kill him. Frances might not put herself forward as a leader of people, but she was pretty enough, and Fiona suspected to a lonely man getting the right signals, those hypnotic green eyes Frances had would take a lot of resisting. Along with all these theories about Kevin's money being the motive for his murder, Fiona was still wondering if sex had a part to play. How it was involved was something she couldn't yet figure out, but she knew she couldn't eliminate it from her thinking until she had more information. Maybe the one person here who Kevin classed as a friend would be able to shed a different light on things. Neil, do you think you're well enough to join me? I have some questions for you.
Of course. I'll be with you in just a minute.
How long is this all going to take?
Sarah's head bounced from shoulder to shoulder as she spoke.
It's bad enough being trapped up here without you going around like you're God's gift to policing. What's your plan? Question all the suspects and then assemble everyone in the drawing room like you're Miss Marple?
Fiona stepped across until she was in front of Sarah. I plan to identify the person who's killed twice and arrest them before they kill a third time. If you have a problem with that, you're free to try and hike your way down. But if you're staying in the shelter, you'd better believe I'm conducting my investigation, and the process will take as long as it takes. As Neil heaved himself upright, Donna blocked Fiona from returning to the second room.
Please, Fiona, I need to talk to you.
Fiona skewered Donna with a look. Later. Whatever Donna had to say could wait until they were off Benvuya, maybe forever. She hadn't had time to give Donna's incendiary accusation any thought, and whenever it tried to creep into her mind, she found her jaw clenching and fists balling. Of all the hurtful things Donna could have ever said, she'd chosen the worst. And there was no way Fiona was ready to hear whatever apologies Donna tried to make. Chapter 43. Neil shambled into the second room and took a seat opposite Fiona. His face was ruddy and looked to be swollen, although as Fiona had only seen him swaddled in a scarf against the cold, she didn't know if it was from the allergic reaction or his normal look. How are you feeling now?
Poorly, but it is good of you to ask.
Fiona couldn't help but return Neil's grin. Away from rescue attempts, he was a charmer and had a twinkle in his eye that would make him easy to like. As someone who worked front of house in a hotel or restaurant, he'd be perfect. Had Alice been alive, Fiona would have suspected Neil a lot more than she currently did. It could be he was in cahoots with either Alice or Frances, and they'd seized a chance to thin the herd by feeding him an allergen. But if that was the case, it didn't explain who'd murdered Alice. Incapacitated as Neil was by his reaction to the soup, he hadn't left the shelter for hours, which put him out of the frame for killing Alice. The allergic reaction you had. Do you think Alice or Frances fed you the soup hoping you'd have that reaction?
Heavens, no. I've had the peanut allergy for years, but the celery one is quite recent. I only got it after being put on a new set of pills for my gout. The pills work wonders, but I have to be careful about what I eat. I don't think either of those ladies wanted to do me any harm. It's my own fault, really. I should have brought my EpiPen, but as I didn't expect to eat anything except from what I brought myself, I left it in the car.
What Neil said made sense, but as it was Kevin she really wanted to talk about, Fiona was glad this line of inquiry could be shut down. It could always be reopened later if any amount of suspicion fell Francis's way. Fiona's instinct was to think Kevin's closest friend might be someone he'd confided in. Therefore, there was a chance Kevin had told Neil outright about his will. A better chance was he'd told his friend about his love life, both past and present. That, more than any other reason, was why Fiona wanted to talk to Neil. I understand you and Kevin were close. I need to ask you about Kevin's life. I know he may have spoken to you about certain things and asked you to keep them to yourself, but I need the truth if I'm to find this killer. You understand that, don't you?
Of course I do, my dear. Ask your questions, and I'll answer as if in court, but I very much doubt I'll be able to provide you with the insight you're seeking. I want whoever killed him to face justice every bit as much as you do. Not just for myself, but for poor Steve as well.
From anyone else's lips, a patronising and dated phrase like "my dear" would have set Fiona's hackles off, but the gentle way Neil spoke and the open expression on his face made the outdated term as comforting as a warm bath. How long did you know Kevin?
Since he took over Inverary House. I was a head waiter then, but we got on well enough, and he promoted me 2 years later. We then worked together until I left. Do you know, I didn't really want to go to Inverary Castle, but they offered me a package that was too good to resist. Bless Kevin. He shook my hand and wished me well when I told him I was leaving. Do you know, the night of my last shift there, he got a bottle of Macallan 18-year-old from the shelf, and the two of us set about it somewhat. I don't think I've ever tasted a finer whiskey or enjoyed better company than I did that night.
Sounds like he was a good guy.
The best. The very best.
You remained friends even though you left his employ to go to a rival. Doesn't that seem a little odd to you?
Not at all. Kevin never saw any other establishment as a rival. The way he saw it, those who don't know better would get Inverary House and Inverary Castle mixed up. And if his hotel was getting mistaken for another, or attributed something that belonged elsewhere, he wanted that place to be every bit as good as Inverary House. In fact, if either venue was fully booked, we were both confident in recommending the other. Kevin was about bringing a bigger pie to Inverary, rather than fighting for a larger slice of the existing pie.
Like so many of the other details Fiona had learned about Kevin, this last piece of information only made his murder seem all the more sad. Kevin was someone who was a force for good and had an altruistic nature. Perhaps Neil would know of a different side to him, but if such a side existed, it was more likely Sarah and her antagonistic nature would have revealed it. How much do you know about Kevin's personal life? I'm talking specifically about any romantic relationships he might have had, and whether or not he remained in contact with his ex-wife.
Kevin wasn't interested in dating. If he had dated, it would have been about the experience itself, not the usual conclusion. Do you know, he'd have been more interested in savouring a delicious meal, sampling fine wines and enjoying intelligent company than any romantic or carnal activity.
You make it sound like he was happy being alone. Didn't he ever get lonely?
If he did, he never mentioned it. He liked his own company, and he worked brutal hours. I've seen people half his age wilt trying to match him. He was around people all day long, and was only alone when he went home. He cared about people. He knew all there was to know about his staff, and he remembered it. Birthdays, wedding anniversaries, where they'd been on holiday and what their sister's dog was called.
OK, so he wasn't interested in dating per se. But that doesn't mean he didn't date from time to time, even if it was for the experience of having a nice evening rather than any lustful motive. You never actually answered my question. Did Kevin, to the best of your knowledge, go on any dates with anyone?
Not for the last 8 years or so. The last time he took a woman out, he brought her to Inverary Castle for a meal.
What was she like?
Do you know? She was a very handsome woman. Very well turned out, and from our brief conversation I recall her having a sharp mind.
Did they date another time?
I'm afraid not. As I understand it, Kevin found her to be an excellent dinner companion, but when he told her he worked late on a regular basis, she found that unacceptable. You never knew Kevin, but Inverary House was everything to him. He could no more envision taking time off work to date than he could severing his own throat.
Fiona recognised a bad line of inquiry when she saw it, so she moved on to the other part of her query. What about his ex-wife? What can you tell me about her?
Ah, Claudia. Simultaneously, the one who got away and the one he never wanted to see again. He was head chef at an up-and-coming restaurant, and she managed the front of house. They married young and in a hurry. What is it they say? Marry in haste and repent at leisure.
The twinkle in Neil's eye extinguished itself.
He loved her. Properly loved her. I only met him some years after they split up, but I could see the wounds of her betrayal had never healed. I don't think they ever could. Kevin was the nicest, kindest man you could ever meet, but he wasn't able to forgive Claudia for what she did to him. With a kitchen porter, no less.
And what does a kitchen porter do?
Pot washing and veg preparation. They also clean and mop the floors. To make matters worse, they were caught in a store cupboard at a Christmas party and everyone knew.
The picture became clear to Fiona in a flash. Claudia hadn't just cheated on Kevin. She'd cheated on him with someone whose station in life was lower than Kevin's. As nice a guy as Kevin may be, he was an excellent chef, and chefs have egos. That showed by his not allowing Lewis to create a dish to put on his menu. For his wife to cheat would have been bad enough. For her to cheat with a pot washer would have been worse. And for Claudia's infidelity to have become public knowledge at his workplace would have added a healthy dose of humiliation to the pain. Do you know if they split right away or if they tried to make a go of it?
Right away. Kevin told me he quit on the spot, went home and packed his bags. Do you know, he once told me walking out on her was both the hardest and best thing he'd ever done. She'd followed him back to their house and begged and pleaded and apologised. He'd walked out and told her she could keep the house and everything in it. He'd pay the mortgage, and he'd file for divorce the next day. I won't ever forget the day the final mortgage payment was paid. After cleaning up the kitchen at the end of service, he took off his wedding ring, walked down to the bottom of the garden, and tossed it into Loch Fyne without a word. Then he came back and poured himself a glass of water and chatted to the guests as he always did.
Once again, it was Kevin's decency Fiona took from the tale. Not only had he paid a mortgage he had no need to pay, but also he'd worn his wedding ring until the day he judged he was free of all connection to Claudia. A psychologist may have made a lot of his actions that day, but Fiona liked the understated way Kevin had dealt with his emotions. There had been no roar of freedom or anything trite, no glass of champagne or a fine malt whisky, just a glass of water and a resumption of his role as mine host. The poor man. He did look after Claudia, though, even after what she put him through. That says a lot about him, as most men would have booted her out for what she did. Do you know if there was ever any contact between them?
Not one word, so far as I know. Do you know, in the early days I was always waiting for her to turn up and beg for another chance. She never did, and I don't believe Kevin would have given her one if she had. It's such a tragic story, isn't it? And it's made all the more tragic by the fact it happened to such a fine man.
It is. Fiona was keen to finish up with Neil as soon as she could. The man never used one word when 20 could be spoken. Do you know if she's still alive? Where she might be?
She died 4 years ago in the Cumberland Infirmary. Kevin went to her funeral. According to what he told me, he slipped in at the back of the church and then out again before any of her family saw him. He never said it, and I never raised the subject. But I always did wonder if he wanted to see if she had children, and what ages they might be.
And had she children?
No.
Neil's face adopted shame.
I looked up her death notice in the Cumberland News. Like Kevin, she was never blessed with children.
Kevin brought up Steve, though. He seems to have done an excellent job.
He did, considering what the poor boy went through losing his parents like that. Kevin worked wonders to make him the man he is today. Wonders, I tell you.
Was there any friction between them about Steve being gay?
None whatsoever. Kevin didn't care about such things. He loved Steve because of who he is, not in spite of who Steve was attracted to.
What about Kevin's will? What can you tell me about that?
Do you know? That's one area where I may actually be able to really help you. He asked if I could be named as executor. Of course, I agreed. Poor man had nobody else except Steve, and as much as he loved the boy, he recognised his failings.
Fiona's heart beat faster at this little titbit. What failings do you mean?
Steve is a warm, caring young man who has found his vocation in life. It saddens me to tell you, Kevin soon worked out Steve had no head for business. When it comes to dealing with any kind of bureaucracy, he's lost. Kevin had to sort all kinds of things out for him, like utility suppliers, his Sky subscription and his mortgage payments. Steve paid the bills, but when it comes to sorting out legalities, Steve couldn't arrange the proverbial party in a brewery.
I see. Do you know the contents of the will? Who would inherit if Steve wasn't able to?
I do. In the event of Steve predecessing Kevin, Kevin's estate was to be split equally between 2 charities. Cancer Research and Headway UK were his chosen beneficiaries. Kevin's mother died of cancer, and his sister Louise, who was Steve's mother, succumbed to massive head injuries in the crash that killed her. It was Kevin who had to make the decision to switch off her life support system.
Fiona couldn't help but pull a face at Neil's words. His expression hardened as he glared at her.
I hardly think it is necessary for you to grimace the way you have. Both charities are worthy recipients. However, the point is moot. Steve is alive and well, and it will be he who inherits Inverary House. There is a codicil to the will that states he is to have the business valued and then sell it for 90% of its market value before he can inherit a penny from it. Kevin loved Steve, but he didn't trust him to take care of his life's work.
Forgive me, Neil. I grimaced because I've been working on the theory someone knew they were in line to inherit if Steve couldn't. I believed they'd try to frame Steve for Kevin's murder, which, if he was convicted, would mean he couldn't inherit. Because the money is going to charity, my theory has been blown apart. As you say, both charities are worthy causes and were obviously chosen for personal reasons.
I see. And what of your theories now? Do you have another?
I do, and I don't. Everything you've told me has been very helpful, but I need more from you.
Ask and you will receive.
Neil's words were a familiar quote to Fiona, but she didn't know their origin. Whatever that might be could be Googled when she got off this infernal Monroe. For now, she had other things to think about. Would you say that after Steve, you were closer to Kevin than anyone else?
I would. Although after me telling you Kevin had named me as executor of his will, the question does appear to be rather redundant, does it not?
Perhaps, and perhaps not. Neil's good manners didn't hide the man's sharp mind or steely nature, so Fiona chose her words with care. We've already established he wasn't dating to your knowledge. What can you tell me about his relationships with his team at the hotel?
He got on fine with them. Occasionally, someone would need a sterner word than usual, but for the most part, they rubbed along just fine. He retained staff much longer than most establishments, which shows you just how much they thought of him as a boss. This area has plenty of places where staff can get another job, but the key people at Inverary House all have years of service. I should think that tells you all you need to know.
I don't doubt he was a good person to work for. Everything I've heard about him suggests as much. What I don't know is his opinion of them. In my experience, successful business people tend to be very good at weighing people up. They can tell a slacker from a grafter in no time at all, spot a troublemaker a mile off, and so on. So, I'm asking you what his private thoughts were about the people in this shelter.
Do you know? He would have a grumble about any of them from time to time. But that's all it was. A grumble. Sometimes it would be about Lewis's presentation of a dish, or Alice missing a payment to a supplier, or Francis making an error with the rates. But he saw the good in people. Not once did he speak about them with any serious negativity.
OK. What about them? Do you know of any grudges they might hold against him? According to Sarah, Lewis isn't allowed to contribute to the menu. Surely that's going to rankle him.
Would Da Vinci let a house painter display their work alongside the Mona Lisa? Kevin tried all he could to encourage Lewis to create some magnificent dishes, but Lewis was content to follow. Some people are like that, and that's fine. Not everyone can be a leader. If you ask me, and you more or less have, Sarah's the one who wanted Lewis to be Kevin's equal.
The direction the conversation had taken was perfect for Fiona, and she didn't miss her opportunity. Do you think she resented Kevin because he was a better chef than Lewis? Because he'd done well enough for himself to buy his own place while Lewis was stuck working for him?
Sarah is a difficult woman to like at times, but I never heard her say a bad word about Kevin. Lewis, on the other hand...
Neil didn't need to finish his sentence for Fiona to know what he was about to say. All the same, the unspoken words gave her a line of inquiry to follow, albeit one that wasn't central to her investigation. Chapter 44. Fiona took a moment to look through the doorway to where Sarah and Lewis were sitting either side of Ivor. They appeared to be fighting sleep, and that was little wonder. Now the stove was warming the shelter, there was a clawing heat that sapped energy. In an ideal world there'd be a window that could be cracked open to let in some fresh air, but whomever had transformed the old bothy into the shelter they were now in hadn't gone to the expense of fitting windows that opened. A constant draught blew in from the door, but it was the only indication of the intensity of the weather outside. Can you elaborate, Neil? Is Lewis and Sarah's marriage in trouble, do you think? As a byproduct of Neil's speech patterns, Fiona couldn't help but tailor her own choice of words.
Do you know, it's not something I'm sure about. For as long as I've known them, they've always seemed to be dissatisfied with one another, but neither one has chosen to leave the other. Sarah always seemed to be accusing Lewis of infidelity. Whether she was right to do so or not, I couldn't tell you. But he had an eye for the ladies, that's for sure. He was always more chatty with females than males. When he cooked for staff, the girls always got a larger portion than the boys. And there was this woman who used to deliver for Johnston's, the fruit and veg lot.
I've seen their vans. Fiona nodded for Neil to continue and gave herself a mental kick for interrupting.
Well, this woman was very pretty, and Lewis would flirt with her something rotten. Sarah caught him flirting on more than one occasion, and boy did she give him what for. I've incurred the wrath of my wife a couple of times over the years, but I've never seen anyone speak to their spouse the way Sarah spoke to Lewis.
I see. And Fiona did. Despite all the accusations of infidelity, Lewis and Sarah were still together. Those accusations spoke of a deep love and a shallow insecurity. Several times over the years, Fiona had been called to what were once referred to as domestics, where things had kicked off because of a jealous rage. In every instance, the accusing party had driven their loved one further away rather than drawing them closer. For Lewis and Sarah's marriage to have survived this long suggested that somehow they both managed to endure a love-hate relationship without ever going so far as to isolate the other. And how long have they been like this?
As long as I've known them. Say, 10 years or so.
And what did Kevin make of it?
Do you know, he had the good sense to stay out of it. He'd listen if Lewis talked about it, but I understand that only happened a couple of times. What he did do was joke about how he liked the way they both reacted to their anger.
What do you mean?
When they were angry, both Lewis and Sarah would scrub their rage away. Lewis has a touch of OCD when it comes to keeping the kitchen clean at the best of times, and when he was pissed off, he'd grab a cloth and clean things until they shone. Sarah was the same with the rooms.
So you think the accusations were groundless?
Absolutely. Lewis might flirt something terrible, but I don't think he'd have ever cheated on Sarah. For a start, he'd never have dared sleep again.
OK, that's been a help. What about Thomas and Francis? He seems to be sweet on her. Is there anything in that? An indulgent smile filtered onto Neil's face.
You've spotted that, have you? Take it from me, there's nothing there. Francis's only loves are her cats and her job. She was dumped at the altar 20 or so years ago, and since then she's settled for a spinster's life. Personally, I think he sees her more as a mother figure than anything else. His own mother was a drinker, a big drinker, and if it hadn't been for the lad's own initiative in getting a job as a KP at Inverary House, I dare say he'd have followed her path. I believe that to him, Frances is a better version of the mother who never looked after him. Bless the lad. Any feelings he has for Frances are misplaced, as what he's really seeking is a mother figure to love him.
Fiona guessed KP was hospitality industry slang for kitchen porter. Do you know if he's ever asked her out or chanced his arm at a Christmas party or some other staff function?
Goodness, no. When he's working, he's great with customers and really knows what he's talking about. But take him out from behind his bar or remove a wine list from his hands, and he's terribly shy when it comes to speaking to females. Kevin once told of a time when he had to pitch in behind the bar at a big wedding. There was this bridesmaid whose eye was caught with Thomas. The girl mooned over him all night, and all Thomas could do about it was blush. Kevin told me he suggested Thomas give the girl his number, and Thomas flat out refused. According to Kevin, the girl was good-looking and a nice person, but even so, Thomas wanted nothing to do with her. Do you know, I think the lad may still be factory fresh, so to speak.
Thanks. Is there anything you think I ought to know about any of the people here? Any reason you can think of why any of them would want to murder Kevin and Alice?
None at all would want to kill Kevin. They all thought of him as a good guy. As for Alice, she could be spiky at times, but everyone was used to her ways. She might have had a sharp tongue, but she was good crack, and was always the first person to offer help whether you needed it or not.
What about your allergic reaction? You maybe couldn't hear the conversations at the time, but it would appear everyone knew of your celery allergy. You said you're sure it wasn't a deliberate attempt to harm you. Is there a reason why Alice or Frances might want to kill you?
Heavens, no. It was a mistake, nothing more. I cannot envision either Frances or Alice, rest her soul, trying to do anyone harm, much less myself.
Thanks. I've no more questions for you. Fiona stayed put as Neil lumbered back to his previous seat. Of the group, the only person she had yet to question was Lewis, but before she spoke with him, she needed a moment to think. With Kevin's wife Claudia dead and buried, and Kevin's estate charity-bound if Steve wasn't around to inherit, there was no financial motive for any of the others to murder Kevin. Although he could have been killed on the assumption that if Steve didn't inherit his estate, and there was no other family member to inherit, then everything might be shared out among his employees. That theory was a leap, and not one Fiona had confidence in. For the vast majority of the human race, to run the risk of being imprisoned for murder, there would have to be a guaranteed payoff, either financial or emotional if revenge was the motive. To maybe inherit a share of a business wasn't close to being the payoff a killer would look for if murdering for money. With money off the table, the only thing left was sex. Steve was gay and had no obvious motive. Frances had chosen the life of a spinster due to a broken heart. Lewis and Sarah were married, although Sarah had serious issues regarding Lewis's fidelity. Thomas was smitten by a mother figure, and Neil said he was married. Had Neil not been incapacitated and unable to search for and kill Alice, he would have been a suspect for the murders, with his motive a possible revenge killing for Kevin sleeping with his wife. But everything Fiona had learned about Kevin refuted the idea he'd any interest in a sexual relationship, and certainly not one with someone who was married, much less married to his closest friend. Ivor's marital status was unknown, but wouldn't be hard to find out. Gruff and taciturn, he exuded common sense, and while he might be in a relationship with someone other than his businessman's haircut, he didn't come across as any kind of Lothario. Ivor's clothes were a long way from new, and while his boots looked sturdy, the hat on the seat beside him bore grubby marks. That was fine while gardening, but if he had any sexual connection to one of the women present, he'd have dressed better. The haircut was a sign of his vanity, and nobody who was vain about their appearance ever did things by half when they wanted to impress someone. That left Fiona with a whole bunch of unknowns. There were 4 people who'd had the chance to kill Alice, and Fiona was firm in her belief Alice had been killed because she'd seen the killer strike Kevin, or knew something that would incriminate them when she was interviewed by the police about Kevin's death. Of the 4, none stood out as a strong suspect. Fiona didn't believe Steve would have killed his uncle, not for any inheritance in the world. Thomas appeared to worship Kevin for the chance he'd been given to better his life, and there was no obvious motive for him as a suspect. Ivor also had no obvious motive, which left Sarah. If what Neil had said about Lewis's flirting was true, and Fiona had no reason to assume otherwise, there was a potential motive in Sarah's fears about Lewis being unfaithful. Perhaps they were based on the fact she herself had cheated. If Sarah had cheated on Lewis, was it with Kevin? Sarah had ambition, not just for herself but also Lewis. According to Neil, Lewis was content to follow rather than take the lead. Kevin was a leader. He had to have been to turn Inverary House into the place it was. By this thinking, Kevin would have made an ideal target for a climber like Sarah. Had she inveigled her way into his bed, spun him tales of how Lewis made her feel unloved? From there, it stood to reason things had come to a head, whether their relationship was a one-time thing or a full-blown affair. If either Kevin had threatened to tell Lewis if Sarah refused to leave him, or he'd ended the relationship, Sarah could have killed him to protect her marriage or seek revenge for a broken heart. As theories went, it was a stretch, but it was the best Fiona could come up with given the list of suspects she had. Alice could have caught them and was killed to ensure her silence, or perhaps she witnessed Sarah attacking Kevin. Whichever it was, her fate was sealed when Sarah caught up with her outside the shelter. Another possibility was Lewis had taken revenge on Kevin for sleeping with Sarah and killed him. Sarah had worked this out, and when Lewis confirmed it and mentioned Alice may have seen him, Sarah had then attacked Alice to keep her husband out of jail. The main thing going against this latest theory was what everyone had said about Kevin. He wasn't interested in dating, and he seemed too professional to engage in any kind of personal relationship with a member of his staff. Nevertheless, Fiona had plenty of questions for Lewis. Chapter 45. There was an openness to Lewis's face when he sat opposite Fiona. For her, it struck the wrong chord. Until taking the seat, he'd never looked anything but grumpy. At first, she put his nature down to a combination of their being trapped by the snow and him falling out with Sarah. After he'd hurt his ankle, she'd figured pain was also playing its part.
How can I help you?
I've been speaking to everyone to get a picture of all your personalities. Someone among your group murdered both Kevin and Alice. I'm trying to identify that someone.
So you should. It's awful what happened to them. If you ask me, which I'm sure you're about to, I'd say it was Steve. He's the one who'll inherit Inverary House and all of Kevin's money.
You think that's what's behind the murders? Financial gain?
I do. What other reason could there be? Kevin was a decent enough fella. He didn't suffer fools, but he wasn't one for shouting and roaring and carrying himself on. If someone pissed him off, he'd just disengage with them or the company they represented. I tell you, it's got to be Steve who killed them. No one else stands to gain. So far as I'm concerned, I might get a temporary promotion, but in the long run, whoever ends up owning Inverary House will need to bring in a top chef. I'm good at what I do, but I can't create the dishes Kevin could.
I hear what you're saying, but I'm sure you understand I have to keep an open mind.
Of course you do.
A weak smile touched Lewis's mouth, but left his eyes unchanged.
Sorry. I guess I've been in the room too often when Sarah's watching her true crime shows.
Fiona was grateful he'd mentioned his wife. It gave her the perfect chance to bring Sarah into the conversation. Would I be right in saying things are tense between you and Sarah just now?
They're no worse than usual. We're always bickering about something or other.
He gave an unconcerned shrug.
It's how we are. How we've always been, and likely how we'll always be. It's shit at times, but the making up is usually good fun.
With comments like the last one Lewis had made, Fiona was accustomed to a knowing look or a leading expression. Lewis was expressionless and his tone was flat. It was as if he was trotting out an old and tired line he no longer believed. That, more than anything, made Fiona suspect their marriage was in far deeper trouble than either of them realised. It could, of course, be both of them had settled for their shared existence, and the accusations of infidelity were more about maintaining their pride than anything else. Whatever it was that kept them together, Fiona was certain she never wanted to have that kind of relationship with anyone. Not that she ever planned to have a lengthy relationship. I've asked the others a lot of questions about Kevin, but not many about Alice. What can you tell me about her?
She was good at what she did. She kept the books right and my wages were always spot on. But I never found her easy to like. She had a few ideas above her station mind, and although she acted all prim and proper like butter wouldn't melt, the truth of it is, she was a horny old goat. It's maybe not common knowledge, but I know of a few occasions where she's been playing hide the sausage with someone she shouldn't have.
Fiona hadn't ever heard sex being described like that before, but it was a phrase that needed no explaining, even if it was on the crude side. Are you saying Alice slept around? Was there ever anything between her and Kevin? Fiona's mind raced as she pictured Alice and Kevin together. If that happened and Steve knew, would he have killed Kevin and Alice to protect his inheritance?
She was a right one when it came to it. From what I've heard, she's broken up more than one marriage.
Lewis leaned forward in a conspiratorial fashion.
My cousin told me she joined his mate and wife for a threesome. Apparently she was up for anything, dirty cow. For me, the one saving grace about her was she kept her work and her sex life separate.
Fiona kept her face immobile to hide the disgusted wince she wanted to give. As a cop, she'd heard a lot worse, but that didn't mean she enjoyed hearing such outdated thinking and terminology. I see. How did she get on with the others?
All right, I guess. I know I've made her seem like some kind of slag, but she was all right. When I was ill last year and couldn't get out of bed, Alice brought round a few meals for me and Sarah. The wife won't thank me for saying so, but she couldn't cook a salad without burning it. Apart from the times when she gave someone what for, Nobody complained about Alice. One way she kept in our good books was her baking. She'd bring in scones or cakes she'd made. They were delicious. Even Kevin said they were better than the ones we made ourselves when we did afternoon teas.
Thanks. When I asked if you thought there was anything between Alice and Kevin, you never answered. Could you answer that now? Lewis didn't answer for a moment, and Fiona attributed the delay to him trawling through his memory.
If there was, they kept it from us all. I've never heard of or noticed anything between them. He treated her the same as the rest of us. Once the work stuff was dealt with, he'd have a crack or a joke, but then we'd get on with the next job.
You worked alongside him in the kitchen. I'm guessing the two of you spent a lot of time together. Would you class it as a friendship?
Aye and no. We got on well enough, but Kevin always maintained a distance. We'd laugh and joke and so on, fall out with each other from time to time, but he always held something back. He was the boss and kept things professional.
A shrug.
I'm sure you've got sergeants or inspectors who you get on with but never see away from work. That's what it was like with me and Kevin. With Kevin and all the staff, except Neil. The pair of them were thick as thieves.
Did it bother you he treated Neil as a friend when he didn't treat you the same way?
No. I've got other mates. So long as we could work together, and we could, that's all I give a shit about. I've worked with some chefs who were a nightmare, shouting abuse all the time and throwing pans. Fuck that for a game of soldiers.
Indeed. Fiona didn't miss the way more swear words were creeping into Lewis's vocabulary the longer they talked. What about other staff members? Did it bother them?
Not as far as I know.
What can you tell me about Ivor?
I don't see him that much unless he's fixing something in the kitchen or delivering veg from the gardens. But like everyone Kevin employed, he's good at what he does. The veggies he grew were always far better than any we bought in, and if he couldn't fix something, it was generally buggered.
What about Ivor's personal life? Is he married? Living with someone?
He lives with his wife of 40 years, dotes on her like they're still teenagers. Their daughter and grandson moved back in with him a few months ago when our marriage went tits up.
Thanks. Time to try ruffling some feathers. I heard Sarah has accused you of having affairs. Is there any truth in the accusations?
Nah, they're all bullshit. Sarah's a passionate woman with trust issues. I'd never cheat, but I'm a flirt at times and it winds her up. Be honest with you, sometimes I do it for the sole purpose of winding her up.
Fiona didn't trust herself to comment. Lewis's way of playing with Sarah's emotions left her feeling nothing but pity for Sarah. What do you make of Thomas and Francis?
As a couple, or workmates?
Both, and as people.
There's more chance of Miss World turning up and making eyes at me than that pair getting together. They're both all right, considering how his old dear dragged him up between drinks. He's done well for himself. Kevin gave him a chance I wouldn't have. All that posh wine is a joke to me. I'd sooner have a pint of lager, but he's good at selling it. Kevin was always pleased with how much of it Thomas flogged. Frances is a bit wet, no real crack about her, but she's a decent sort. Both of them would help you out if you were stuck, but you'd ask someone else first.
And Neil, what about him?
He's decent enough. Got the top job at the castle and made a success of the place. Bit of a fanny if you ask me. I mean the way he speaks. Do you know?
Lewis's mimicry of Neil was spot on.
I believe he's going to retire in a couple of years and start touring in his motorhome. He's got one of them big articles you can never get past for miles.
Ivor's around the same age. Is he planning to retire?
I dunno. You'd have to ask him. But if I had to guess, I'd say he'll leave Inverary House feet first in a pine box. He loves those gardens near on as much as he loves his wife.
What about your role in the kitchen at Inverary House? I've heard Kevin never allowed you to put a dish on the menu, and also that you were happy to follow his lead rather than try and outdo him. What's the truth of it? Lewis's eyes hardened.
I'm guessing it was Sarah who said Kevin never let me contribute to the menu. That's typical of her. She's never satisfied with what she's got. Kevin wanted me to create dishes for the menu, but he was so good at coming up with fantastic dishes that I just couldn't compete. I think he wanted me to push him to even greater heights, but that's not me. Don't get me wrong, I enjoyed the challenge, but I knew I'd never be as good as him, and after a while he realised it too. He never said as much. He was too nice for that. But he eased off and we fell into a routine where he'd create a dish, show me how to put it together, and then we'd serve it. I'll miss working with him. Not just for what he taught me, but because he was good to work with.
Fiona got what Lewis was saying. She thought of Dave Lennox the same way Lewis thought of Kevin. No matter how good she got at her job, Lennox would always be steps ahead of her while making everything look effortless. It was a shame for Lewis's sake Sarah felt Kevin held him back. She, of all the staff, had been the only one to voice even the slightest negative about Kevin. But was that a cover to hide their affair, or the truth if she was innocent? With Lewis hobbling back to his usual seat, Fiona leaned against the wall of the shelter and fought to keep her eyes open. She was exhausted from the exertions of the day. The cloying warmth of the shelter carried a soporific effect, lulling her toward sleep. Now it was after midnight. Most of the others were visibly drowsy, and there was a series of head jerks as they all fought to stay awake. Fiona had a lot to think about. As well as catching the killer and getting everyone safely off the Monroe, she was determined to do so soon enough she could still attend the dreaded appointments in Glasgow. She dug the nails of her right hand into the back of her neck and forced herself to stay awake. Whatever may be to come before dawn, she had to remain alert and ready to deal with it. Chapter 46. Now all 7 strangers had been questioned. Fiona had a lot of information, but very little of it was useful. Other than money, nobody had an obvious reason to kill Kevin, and Steve was the only one who'd benefit financially from the murder. Alice had to have been collateral damage for something she knew or saw. None of the group had any clear sexual motive for either murder, and if revenge had been at the heart of the motive, it didn't seem credible none of the others knew about it. From her time working in a small police team out of Loch Gilphead, Fiona had learned few work-based secrets about her colleagues were kept more than a few hours. It would be the same for the staff of Inverary House. Where things may differ would be if there was another way of looking at things. Fiona didn't have a detective's training or experience, but as that was her ultimate goal in the police, she'd done all she could to train herself to think like a detective, to follow the evidence like a detective, and to keep her mind open at all times. Fiona's fingers drummed on her knees as she examined all the little details she'd learned, the facts about each person and their life. In a lot of ways, there was nothing too remarkable about any of their stories. They were a bunch of people thrust together in a work environment, and they all had their own histories. A lot of their stories verged on the tragic, but perhaps it was the glue that held them together as a group, a shared and unspoken empathy that ran throughout all their tolerances. No matter how Fiona probed and tested motives for each of the 7, she couldn't find anything close to a credible motive for any of them murdering Kevin. The exception to this was Steve, as he'd inherit. But after seeing the pain in his eyes and hearing it in his voice when he talked about how Kevin brought him up, she couldn't get her head around him being the killer. A conversation with Heather came back to Fiona. Heather was a DC who worked out of Loch Gilphead and one of her closest friends. Many times Fiona had mined Heather's experience and discussed various techniques detectives used. One such snippet Heather passed on was, if no obvious solution presented itself, take a couple of metaphorical steps back from the issue to look at the whole picture rather than focusing on one specific detail. Another pearl of wisdom she'd passed on was to try flipping a theory on its head to see if it made more sense looking at it from a different perspective. Instead of thinking of Kevin as the primary victim, Fiona gave that role to Alice and tried to think of what Kevin might have known that got him killed. As the person who did the accounts at Inverary House, Alice would have been the person most likely to uncover any fraudulent behaviour by another staff member. Whether it was a bottle of wine that had been pocketed instead of being sold, or a longer con such as Francis getting a kickback from a booking agent, wasn't the heart of the matter. What mattered was it had happened, and to such an extent the guilty person had taken preventative measures to ensure their guilt was never uncovered. Any discrepancy Alice found would also be uncovered by her successor, or Kevin, and that's why he was killed first. He'd also make an appealing target, as with Steve set to inherit, there was a ready-made scapegoat to take the fall for his murder. Plus, in a close-knit environment, as existed at Inverary House, the others would soon learn of Steve's inability to think as a businessman. The amounts of money stolen had to be significant enough the guilty party would fear a prosecution. As principled as Kevin might be, he wouldn't have got to where he was in life without understanding the way the world worked. Theft was theft, but Fiona knew from bitter experience many petty thefts from the workplace went unreported, as the hassle involved wasn't worth the payoff, as the courts tended to only give offenders a slap on the wrist. If this theory was correct, the sums of money involved would have to run into the tens, if not hundreds of thousands. No matter how Fiona tried to imagine such sums of money being swindled from a hotel, she couldn't see how it would happen. Most workplace thefts started small and built over time. A box of staples here, a bottle of wine there. Over time, the thefts would build to the point where they'd become more and more profitable. It would be a case of wine, and perhaps a delivery to the person's home address was invoiced to the company. The problem with this line of thinking was, in a well-run business such as Inverary House, it wasn't even close to probable the thefts would have gone on long enough to be worth killing over. Not unless the guilty party had a record that would go against them should their crime be discovered. Even so, it was a stretch to imagine them getting any more than a few months of jail time. With the penalty for murder being far greater, it didn't compute. Nor did it add up Kevin had been killed. If he'd known about the thefts, then he'd have dealt with the thief, not invited them on a team-building hike up Ben Vuya. To carry on this line of thought, Alice must have confronted the thief and either given them a chance to confess to Kevin, or, and Fiona didn't like to think ill of the dead, cut her in on their deal. Fiona preferred to think Alice had given whoever the thief was a chance to speak to Kevin, that she'd tried to persuade them confessing their crime was the best chance they had. It was this altruism that cost Alice her life. Except very little about this theory stood up against scrutiny. Alice wouldn't be put in charge of the accounts if she wasn't trusted. To learn of the thefts after a trip such as the hike up Ben Vuya would make the pill of betrayal far more bitter to swallow. It would be fair for Alice to expect some backlash from Kevin. If the thefts had been worth enough to kill for, Alice's first duty would be to Kevin and Kevin alone. It made no sense Alice had done this, unless, and Fiona hated to think this way, the thief was someone Kevin trusted above all others. Steve. With Steve in the frame as the thief, other possibilities raged into Fiona's mind. Of all those present in the shelter, Steve would have the greatest access, have the most trust in the bank. Neil had said Kevin recognised Steve was rubbish when it came to business and dealing with any kind of legalities. How far did that rubbishness extend into Steve's personal finances? Had he run up gambling debts? Had he chased a big win with promises of a long-term boon coming his way? Were his debtors calling in his debt and trying to claim a piece or even all of Inverary House? While Steve perhaps wouldn't have killed Kevin for money alone, it wasn't impossible he'd done so because his own well-being had been threatened by those he owed money to. This all made a lot more sense than any other theory Fiona had come up with so far. A gambling debt could have seen a pair of heavies lay some threats on Steve. Desperate to keep whatever part of his body was threatened in working order, he'd brought up the fact he was due to inherit a fortune. The screws would have been turned, and he'd somehow stolen enough from Kevin to keep himself unharmed. If Steve was the thief Alice had uncovered, it stood to reason she would give him a chance to explain himself to Kevin. Nobody would want to be the bearer of such news. As the person who'd inherit Inverary House and the rest of Kevin's estate, Steve would then be in a position to destroy evidence of his theft, and he'd be confident Alice hadn't confided in anyone, as even worse than breaking the news to Kevin herself would be for him to hear it elsewhere and know she hadn't told him first. Fiona needed to speak to Steve again, but as she crossed to where he sat, she made sure to give Jack's boot a subtle dunt as she passed by him. With what she was about to accuse Steve of, she wanted backup not just on hand, but fully alert. Chapter 47. Fiona waited in the doorway to the second room while Steve plonked himself down. Before moving to her usual seat, she cast a quick glance in Jack's direction. He'd disentangled himself from Donna's embrace and was sitting erect. Good. If the accusation she was about to throw in Steve's face struck home, there was no telling how he'd react. There was no easy way of segueing into a topic such as this, so Fiona decided to use blunt force and the element of surprise. Whatever Steve was expecting Fiona to say, she was confident he wouldn't be expecting what she planned to ask. "How much did you steal from your uncle to pay off your gambling debts?"
What?
Steve's face was the dictionary definition of bewilderment.
What the hell are you on about? I haven't got any gambling debts. I've never even been in a bookies, and I don't use any of those online apps. The last time I played cards for money was on the school bus, and even then it was 10-pence stakes for pontoon.
The confusion fell away from Steve, and his brow furrowed as his voice rose.
Do you really think I stole from Kevin and then killed him and Alice to cover it up? Fuck you. I thought you understood what Kevin meant to me. You've gone through much the same, but you're sick. Twisted. I haven't got any debts, bar the mortgage on my flat and the HP on my car. I don't gamble. It's a fool's game. If you don't believe me, ask Ivor. His wife had it bad for the online bingo a couple of years ago. She ran up thousands of pounds on his card before he found out and stopped her.
Fiona was tensing as Steve rose to his feet, his left hand pointing at her face. Over Steve's shoulder, she could see Jack was poised at the doorway to grab him if necessary. Ivor was also in the doorway, his face a mask of fury. "Sit down, Steve." Fiona kept her voice even and gestured at the bench Steve had occupied seconds ago. His outburst was so sudden and had so many of the hallmarks belonging to a genuine reaction, she now doubted her theory. "If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But you agreed earlier I have to consider every angle.
You are wrong. You couldn't be more wrong if you...
Then sit down. Help me work out where I've gone wrong. Prove your innocence to me if you can.
You're a bitch. A cold-hearted little bitch, you know that. I loved Kevin. He was everything to me, and you think I stole from him? That I killed him? Your friend was right to say it's no wonder you've never caught your parents' killer.
Neil pushed Jack and Ivor through the doorway and aimed a finger at Steve.
Do yourself a favour and sit down and listen to what she's got to say. I think she's wrong on this, but you, out of all of us, must want her to catch Kevin's killer the most. Behaving like you are helps nobody, and certainly not you. Do you know, if Kevin could see how you're reacting now, he'd be ashamed of you. The lass has a job to do, and she's all by herself, and no real way of verifying anything any of us is telling her. She'd have to be superhuman not to bark up the wrong tree from time to time.
The glare Steve sent Neil was returned without animosity. It took all of Fiona's self-control to look at Steve. After what he'd said about her parents, she wanted nothing more than to punch and gouge and beat him until exhaustion stopped her. It was bad enough Donna's histrionics had put the words on her lips, but she'd been filled with immediate remorse. Steve wasn't. Steve held her stare, daring her to call him out on the insult. I am an officer for Police Scotland in the middle of a murder investigation. That sentence was as much to force calm into Fiona's twitching limbs as to put Steve back in his box. You're the prime suspect as you stand to gain the most from their deaths. I'm looking at every angle I can, and if you don't like those angles, tough. Because as I told you when we spoke earlier, a lot better detectives than me will be asking a lot more annoying questions than the one I just asked. Now, before I continue, I need you to listen to me for a minute or two without speaking. You'll see why I'm asking this by the time I'm finished talking. For the record, asking that question was a test. A test any of my colleagues would believe you failed. You were very quick to work out I thought you'd killed your uncle and Alice to cover up the theft I'd accused you of. To a detective, it would suggest the pre-planning of a defence in any possible situation. It's the kind of thing a guilty person would know to say, whereas an innocent one would be too surprised at the accusation to think straight.
I knew it. I knew you'd end up stitching me up.
I'm not trying to do that. Fiona wiped a hand across her brow, then adopted a softer expression. I've lived a life that's been very similar to yours. I know exactly what Kevin meant to you because I have my own version of him. My colleagues wouldn't understand that. My Aunt Mary isn't my mother, and she'd never try to be, but I love her as much as I loved my mother. Everything I've heard about Kevin suggests he was a good person. Nobody here has a bad word to say about him, and that's unusual, because he was in a position of power over them, although his power wasn't something I understand he wielded unless necessary. You're not a fool. And I think that like me and everyone else in here, you'll have been running your own ideas on who killed Kevin and Alice. That's why I think you used the term cover-up so quickly. I think you too had the idea Alice found something amiss and gave the person responsible the chance to confess. A chance they didn't take. As I said, whether you like it or not, you're the number one suspect for your uncle's murder, as you have the most to gain.
I've also lost the most. I don't give a shite about the money and the hotel. They're his, not mine. I've lost my uncle. The man who made me what I am today. You know the score. You've been there. Without Kevin, I'd have ended up in the care system. After the crash, it was tough enough having to live with someone I hardly knew. If it had been strangers, it would have been 10 times worse. And that's providing I was lucky enough to end up living with a good family instead of a bunch of scroats, or worse, a children's home. At the Royal A&E, we get kids in from children's homes all the time. They're either smacked up on whatever hit they can get, or they're so badly battered by the older kids they take weeks to get better. Without Kevin, that could have been me. Or you, if you didn't have your aunt.
Steve jerked a thumb over his shoulder.
You should ask Neil what Kevin was like with me when it came to money. I had to insist on buying my own flat and car. Kevin wanted to buy them for me. He was so generous financially, I actually had to have a row with him so I could stand on my own 2 feet. Neil was there that night. If I had been stupid enough to run up gambling debts, Kevin would have bailed me out. I dare say he'd have given me a hard time about my stupidity, which would have been fair enough. But he'd have asked how much and then paid up. I remember him telling me about Ivor's wife and her gambling. Kevin described it as the addiction it is. He didn't judge. He just gave me the heads up Ivor was going through a tough time, and that's all he said. Although I do know he loaned Ivor 10 grand so he didn't lose his house. That's the kind of man Kevin was. A gentleman.
I'm sorry, but when you've had more time to think everything over, you'll see I had to ask that question, and I thought throwing it at you was the best way to catch you unawares. I did say a minute ago you'd probably been thinking along the same lines as me. Do you have anyone in mind as someone who may have had their hand in the till, so to speak? Steve's head sawed left and right.
No. Kevin had a stock taker come once a month and he'd detail everything, but there was never anything out of place. And there's not much cash used these days. It was one of Kevin's hobby horses, the way everyone uses cards all the time. He told me it cost him a fortune in credit card fees, whereas the bank charges for depositing cash were a lot less. Is there anything else? I get you're just doing your job, but right now I can hardly look at you.
No, we're done. But there may be other questions I have to ask you later on. Fiona was settling down to think about a new idea when she saw Jack was still on his feet and coming over to talk to her. She hoped it would be a brief conversation, as she wanted to crack on and think about how hotel staff might be able to enact credit card fraud from the numbers they gleaned from customers. What is it, Jack? I'm busy.
You need to let Donna say what she's got to say. I'm not asking for her. I'm telling you, you need to hear it.
She's got 1 minute. I've enough to think about without dealing with her trying to apologise for what she said.
It's about the case. She knows you're angry with her and she hopes by helping you, she'll be able to fix things between you.
Just tell me what it is, Jack.
No. You need to hear it from her, and she needs to be the one to tell you.
Fine. Send her through. Chapter 48. There were tears in Donna's eyes when she sat opposite Fiona, but that didn't remove any of the tension in Fiona's jaw. On top of not having a clue about who the killer was, her left arm and shoulder were a fiery ball of agony from all the time she'd aggravated the injury she'd picked up on Ling. To add to her list of woes, Fiona couldn't decide if the knot in her stomach was from hunger or a grave foreboding things would get worse before they got off this infernal Monroe. The hike with Donna and Jack had been planned as a way to de-stress before the dreaded appointments and the agonies they would elicit. Instead, she was cold, hungry, and once again in the middle of a murder case without any backup. Donna's words had cut deep, and while Fiona had pushed them from the forefront of her mind, seeing Donna in such close proximity again brought them back to Fiona in all their sneering contempt. The one lonely positive Fiona had was that she could rely on Jack to pitch in and help her should things with the other group take a physical turn. Or at least it would be a positive if she could keep herself from venting at Donna and thereby alienating her husband. If this confrontation were to have taken place anywhere else, she would have spoken her mind and to hell with the consequences. But Fiona might need Jack to help her out, and no matter how gangrenous Donna's words had been, Fiona daren't risk losing his backing. That didn't mean she planned to make things easy for Donna. "Spit it out, Donna. I don't have time to listen to your apologies. I have a killer to catch." "I'm sorry, Fiona. But I won't tell you what I know until you let me apologise." Fiona knew Donna well enough to take her at her word. When she wanted to be, Donna could be more stubborn than any mule. "You do realise, don't you, that right now I don't have the brain space to deal with any apology you make? My every thought has to be on identifying and arresting whoever killed Kevin and Alice. I need time to work out how I feel about what you said. Whether I can ever bear to look at you again. Whether I can trust you not to throw other things about my life into my face when it suits you. You've been my closest friend for as long as I can remember, and now I feel like I don't know you. Can't trust you. Don't want to be anywhere near you." Fiona could feel her eyes prickling and decided to wrap up what she was saying before she unleashed a torrent at Donna. "Even now, when you reckon you have something to help me solve a murder case, you're holding it back unless I agree to your terms. Just get on with it, Donna. Say what you have to say, and when you're finished with that, tell me the only thing I can bear to hear you say." "I'm sorry, Fiona. I never meant to say such a horrible thing. I was scared and stressed and hungry and stupid. So stupid I said a ridiculous thing and hurt my dearest friend. I knew I shouldn't have said it as soon as the words came out of my mouth. But I was so scared. Scared for you, for Jack, and for myself. I love my life and my husband. And you. I was scared of losing any of that. You're so brave. You always have been. I've never told you this, but I watched you as you shook hands and exchanged hugs outside the church when it was your mum and dad's funerals. Your Aunt Mary was at your side, but you stood there in the rain being so brave and tough when I knew your heart was breaking. I cried my eyes out for you right there and then, but you just stood there shaking hands and thanking people for coming. You were 15 years old at the time, and you got through it. There must have been 200 people there, and you spoke to them all. Even at the tea afterwards, you went round the room to speak with people and thank them for coming. I know it's no excuse, that nothing can excuse those stupid words and how much they will have hurt you. But I was terrified. I still am. I'm not brave like you, Fiona. You're the bravest person I've ever been lucky enough to know. To call a friend. You deserve better from me. I know I hurt you, but you have to let me put things right between us. Whatever it takes, tell me what I can do to fix this, and I'll do it. There was nothing Donna could do to fix things except give Fiona time and space. Time to calm down, to assess how deep the sense of betrayal ran, and space to work out if Donna could ever be forgiven. You can tell me what I really want to know and then go and sit with Jack. 12 hours ago, I'd have placed you second only to Aunt Mary as the most special person in my life. You maybe saw me being brave at the funeral, but you also saw how broken I was. I'll always thank you for what you did back then. What you said earlier won't erase all the good times. But right now, listening to you while I'm looking at the floor is all I can bring myself to do. Remember all the times I told you my biggest fear was not ever finding out who killed my parents? What you said before turned all those times you offered me reassurance into a pack of lies. You would never have said such a hateful thing if you didn't believe it. Fiona lifted her head and bored a look into Donna's red-rimmed eyes. Now, what do you have to tell me about the case? Donna made no move to swipe the tears from her cheeks. Before Alice stormed out, Lewis had nipped out for a pee and he didn't come back until after she'd left. The introduction of a new suspect ought to have fired the neurons in Fiona's brain, but she was too weary, both in a physical and emotional sense, to leap to any conclusions. Fiona had already considered Lewis as a suspect, either acting alone or as part of a team with his wife, and found little in the way of a motive. Just because he had the opportunity to kill them both, it didn't mean he had. Donna's revelation held only bad news. To follow up and ask questions, Fiona would have to spend more time talking to Donna, and instead of her field of suspects narrowing, it had just widened. Chapter 49. Fiona's mind raced as she went through what Donna had revealed. First on her list of priorities was to establish a timeline. How long after Alice stormed out was it before Lewis came back?
A minute. 2 maybe. It wasn't long.
Fiona had the questions lined up in her mind. She'd digest their answers once Donna was back beside Jack. Why did he go out?
He needed a pee.
Didn't Sarah or any of the others offer to help him get outside?
No. Things were kicking off at the time. Alice and Francis were taking a lot of stick about the soup they'd given Neil. Do you think he's the one who killed Alice?
Was Lewis limping when he came back in?
Of course. You know how you asked me about his limp when he helped separate Sarah and Alice? I remembered that and paid attention to how he was moving. He was definitely still limping.
Did anyone comment on how long he'd been gone?
No.
Did he ask where Alice was?
Yeah, Sarah told him. By then they were all sitting with faces like thunder. I thought at one point it was going to end in a fight. It was horrible, Fiona. They should have been pulling together, not tearing each other apart.
Fiona made sure she held Donna's gaze. That's human nature for you. People under pressure and stress lash out without thinking about the consequences of what they say or do. It's usually those on the receiving end who get the worst of it. Donna broke the stare first, her head ducking away and down. In another time and place, Fiona may have felt guilt for the way she twisted the knife in Donna, but not today. Today, Fiona was the wronged party, and whatever she said to Donna was deserved.
I'm sorry. You know that, don't you?
I know. But right now, you being sorry isn't enough. Are you sure it was only a couple of minutes after Alice left that Lewis returned?
Yeah. Please, Fiona. We've got to find a way to put this behind us. We can do that, can't we?
I haven't yet begun to deal with the hurt you caused. How you made me feel. How we can possibly find a way forward after what you said. I need time. Time to think. Time to work out if I can ever trust you again. Time to decide if I want you in my life anymore. You know that, don't you? I've never done it because he's with you and I'd never do anything I thought would hurt you. But can you imagine how you'd feel if you found out I had tried to seduce Jack a few times over the years, including on your wedding day? What you'd feel towards me after learning everything you ever thought about me was tainted. That a whole bunch of your memories of me were soured by betrayal. That's where I am. That's where you put me when you opened your mouth to spout your cruel bullshit. Fiona pointed at Donna and then the doorway. Words could no longer be trusted lest they turn toxic. Gestures would have to suffice. As furious as Fiona might feel, there was no way she was going to allow her anger a position of dominance. The worst thing she could do now was to lose her temper and bring herself down to Donna's level with a string of invective. As Donna sulked away to join her husband, Fiona pulled in a couple of deep, steadying breaths. As she drew the breaths into her chest, Fiona's hands were flexing in and out of fists. To sate the burning in her chest, Fiona bent all of her mental energy towards what Donna had said about Lewis. Foremost in Fiona's thinking was the timeline. If Lewis killed Alice, and therefore Kevin, he would have needed more than a couple of minutes to follow her to the point behind the shelter where she'd been found, and then return to the shelter. In Fiona's mind, there wasn't even close to enough time for that to have happened. Plus, Lewis had a gammy ankle, slowing him even further. Lewis had left the shelter to pee, according to Donna, yet when she checked the toilet at the back of the shelter, there were marks in the snow showing the door had been opened, but only enough for someone to look inside, certainly not enough to allow someone of Lewis's size to enter. That was a small detail which might make a lie of Lewis's reason for exiting the shelter, apart from two facts. Lewis was a man, and it's easy for men to pee anywhere they choose. Lewis was lame from the injury to his ankle, so it didn't make sense he'd trudge all the way round the shelter to access the toilet when he could just turn his back to the wind and let fly. Fiona could picture him hobbling a few feet away from the door and not even knowing Alice had passed behind his back. The more Fiona tried to picture Lewis killing Alice, the more she found herself foundering against the timings, and he also lacked a motive to kill Kevin. Lewis might have had the means, but he had nothing else. Fiona's heart began to ache. Maybe Donna was right. Perhaps she wasn't cut out to be a detective, to finally solve her parents' murder case. Rather than succumb to self-doubts, Fiona set her jaw firm and concentrated all her brain power on trying to work out who the killer was before they struck again. Chapter 50. No matter how much Fiona tried to dispel them, negative thoughts about her own ability were forming clouds in her mind far darker than any of the ones dumping snow on Ben Vuya. To combat the insecurity, Fiona went back to the start and tried to work out how any of the potential suspects might achieve a financial gain sufficient to warrant murder. Steve was set to inherit Kevin's estate, which put him in the frame, but it was too obvious. Rather than rehash previous thoughts and end up with the same result, Fiona tried thinking about how the others might achieve financial gain. With so many transactions now being paid with credit or debit cards rather than cash, it stood to reason the thief had perhaps targeted the cards, as the amount of cash used would be minimal. Another reason cards would be used a lot at Inverary House was the sums of money involved. To stay and dine there would cost at least £300 or £400. Few people carried that amount of cash on them. Fiona rarely had more than 20 quid on her at any time, and it was a handful of shrapnel and a fiver or two reserved for parking meters and tipping waiting staff. There were sure to be security measures in place when it came to storing customers' card details. The thing was, all the key staff at Inverary House had long service records. They'd be familiar with each other and would have built up years of comradeship and, with it, trust. Of those present who were involved in the use of cards, it would be Francis and Thomas who'd handle them most on a day-to-day basis. From its size and number of rooms, Inverary House would almost certainly have some form of computerised diary. It was no stretch to imagine the system storing card details for future payments. There'd be protocols and user passwords to protect the cardholders, but with levels of trust built up over years, some of those protocols could become lax, thereby opening a window of opportunity. The problem Fiona ran into with this line of thought was she couldn't figure out how someone could use stolen card details without running the risk of being caught. Online goods could be bought with anonymity, but they'd be easy to trace once the cardholder learned of the purchase. A potential way to delay this was to use a credit card rather than a debit card. Fiona's own bank card was linked to the app on her phone, and a notification was sent for every purchase she made within seconds of the card being used. To make online purchases, a safe delivery address was required. A hotel receiving numerous parcels or deliveries for a guest would be memorable, but somewhere like an Airbnb could be booked last minute with stolen card details and the cardholder's name, and then the deliveries could all be received with low odds of them being traced. The chances of this being a perfect crime would increase if the Airbnb was in a country location where the neighbours were too distant for twitching curtains to be a factor. The purchases could then be sold on via eBay or another online sales platform and the money banked. Another way to profit from card details would be to sell them on to criminal gangs. Such gangs didn't really exist in places like Loch Gilphead and Inverary, but that didn't mean the numbers couldn't be sold to a gang from anywhere else. With Messenger, text, WhatsApp, Snapchat and email, Fiona's own mobile had 5 ways of communicating beyond making a call and reciting the card details. Thomas was the one Fiona was thinking of as a suspect for such a crime. He was the one who'd had a rough upbringing, and while he might have crawled from a mire to escape his childhood disadvantages, he might never have really shaken the mud off his boots. As bar manager, he'd have a credible reason to access the computer diary to check pre-orders for weddings and functions. His apparent sweetness on Francis may be a ploy to engender trust so he could harvest the card details. If Alice had received a call from an irate customer, she would have gone to Kevin. Had the customer only used the card with Thomas, he'd have been in the frame, and while he would have denied everything, he'd know he was in danger of being discovered and could have murdered both his accusers. While this made a certain amount of sense, it still didn't stack up for Fiona. If it was Thomas who was the thief and killer, it didn't add up he'd target people who only spent with him. To do so was to put a noose around his own neck. Plus, for the endeavour to be worth killing over, it had to be hugely profitable. That meant it must have been going on a long time before it was discovered. For someone to repeat a crime over a long period of time and go undetected takes a lot of cunning. It requires discipline and a limiting of risks to the point where they became negligible. Someone involved in card fraud on a long-term basis would be savvy enough to sit on stolen details for a cooling-off period before using them. If a month or 2 had passed and the card in question had been used another 20 or 50 times since its use at Inverary House, there'd be a lot less chance of the card details being pinpointed as having been collected from Kevin's hotel. Where this whole train of thought fell apart for Fiona was the realisation someone tasked with investigating credit card fraud for one of the major card providers would eventually have stumbled upon Inverary House as a common denominator in their investigations. Fiona had no idea how card fraud was investigated, but she was sure the card companies would take it seriously, and she imagined they'd have some kind of computer algorithm to cross-check all places affected cards had been used. That left 2 scenarios. She was barking up the wrong tree with the idea about card fraud, or she was on the right track and someone from the card company had contacted the hotel. While the latter scenario made a certain amount of sense, Fiona didn't believe it would happen that way. If a specific business was a common denominator in several investigations, the card company wouldn't call the business, they'd call the police. As Inverary was covered by her station at Loch Gilphead, it would have fallen to one of her colleagues to investigate. Although she'd been off shift for a few days, Fiona was kept abreast of what was going on, and when she'd spoken to Heather yesterday, she'd not heard mention of such a fraud. Even if the credit card companies weren't as good at investigating frauds as Fiona suspected they were, any would-be thief might expect they were. Organised crime gangs would know better and would be cautious about buying from someone who kept drawing from the same well. As she couldn't find a way to make credit card theft a credible theory, Fiona tried another idea. It was a complicated one, and saw Steve as Alice's murderer, but not his uncle's. Chapter 51. If Alice had been embezzling money from Kevin at Inverary House, it was possible he might have noticed something amiss. As the person overseeing the hotel's accounts, Alice would be in a position of great trust. To that end, she'd have the most opportunity to help herself to a share of Kevin's wealth. Kevin was accepted as a good operator, and he knew enough about business to recognise Steve hadn't the skills to take over Inverary House from him, hence the sale clause in his will. Therefore, Kevin could be assumed sharp enough to spot whatever Alice was up to. While he might suspect she was stealing from him, he'd no doubt want proof of some kind. That proof would come in the form of a trap to give Alice just enough rope to hang herself. If Alice had seen the trap, she could have sidestepped it while recognising what its existence signified. To not give herself away, she'd have had to carry on as normal, pausing her theft until she could move on, or once again stick her hand in Kevin's till. However, it was plausible Alice had opted for a more drastic solution. By murdering Kevin, she put herself in a win-win position. Not only did Steve lack the business acumen to uncover her crime, but as inheritor, he would be the prime suspect for Kevin's murder. The plan made sense, and if she'd had a hand in making sure Neil had the allergic reaction, she could have done so in the hope of creating a distraction from the murder she'd committed. Where Alice's plan had fallen apart was the presence of Steve. Kevin could have confided his suspicions about Alice stealing from him to his nephew, meaning Steve had motive as well as opportunity and means to kill Alice. If that was the case, what must have been going through his mind as he did the chest compressions while trying to save her life? Had he been praying for her to pass? Or had he been worrying it might be recalled how quick he'd been to give up on the CPR? Had that, above all other reasons, been why he'd looked to Fiona for permission to halt his efforts? Not for the first time that night, Fiona felt the oppressive weight of guilt pressing down on her shoulders. If this theory was correct, and of all the ones she'd concocted it was among the most credible, then she'd not just failed to identify Alice as the person who'd attacked and ultimately killed Kevin, but she'd also had an unwitting hand in Alice's murder. Fiona knew she was being harsh on herself, but the knowledge didn't help salve any of the guilt she felt. Donna's words had been cruel, but right in this moment, it very much seemed to be a case of the truth hurting. A soft snore came from across the room. When Fiona looked around, she could see all the other occupants of the shelter were losing the battle against the soporific warmth emanating from the stove. Heads were drooping, and while Steve's and Jack's eyes were still open, their eyelids were heading south like geese in autumn. She took the fact people were sleeping as a compliment. Even though there was a killer in their midst, they trusted her to keep them safe. As much as Fiona wanted to employ Jack as a bodyguard, she realised letting the others all sleep was a good way to ensure the killer didn't strike again. She would stay awake and keep a watch. When morning came, she could reassess their situation. A sleepless night would be a small price to pay if she could prevent another life being taken. To Fiona, it was telling Steve was fighting sleep. If he was a killer, he would be terrified of discovery. And if he wasn't, he'd be grieving his uncle and wondering which of his so-called friends had murdered Kevin. Either way, sleep wouldn't come easy to him, and that's why Fiona pressed her fingernails deep into the palms of her hands. Whatever may or may not transpire during the night, she had to stay awake to face it. One benefit of everyone sleeping was it gave Fiona peace to think, to probe at her various theories from as many directions as she could. After a check of everyone's status, even Steve had succumbed to sleep by now, Fiona took a look at her watch. It was 3:10. Sunrise would be around 8:30. If the storm had passed, she could strike out for support with someone. The question was, who? Thomas, Steve, Ivor and Sarah were all major suspects. Lewis was lame and Neil recovering from his allergic reaction. That left Francis, Jack and Donna. Fiona could only see Francis as a hindrance on a trek downhill, and while Jack would be her preferred companion, if she left, she'd need Jack to stay behind and keep all the shelter's occupants together until help arrived. That left Donna. Whether her former friend would leave her husband was questionable, but Donna was the only logical choice as a companion. Except Fiona couldn't bear the idea of Donna accompanying her. There would be hours of pleas for forgiveness, entreaties, and while Donna was fit enough to hike up a Munro in good weather conditions, she'd struggle with the effort of wading through snowdrifts for hours on end. Fiona leaned back against the shelter wall until her head rested against the stone. If there was any decent amount of visibility when the sun rose, she'd head down alone and leave both Donna and Jack to guard the others. It was riskier and somewhat foolhardy, but Fiona would rather take the risk than endure hours of Donna's company. They might have been friends for almost as long as Fiona could remember, but Fiona couldn't bear to spend hours alone with Donna, not after what she'd said. Chapter 52. The pain of her injured shoulder being shaken with vigour snapped Fiona's eyes open. She hadn't planned to fall asleep, but it must have happened. Thomas was in front of her, and there was movement in every part of the shelter. Fiona rubbed a hand across her chin as she flexed her pained shoulder. Steve was bent over someone at the far side of the shelter. It was where Ivor, Sarah and Lewis had been seated. Ivor stood off to one side, his face stern as he looked down at Steve, whose hand was at Sarah's throat, checking for a pulse. "What's happened?" "Sarah's dead, and Lewis is missing." Fiona rose and pushed her way forward until she was standing behind Steve. "Dead? How?" The scream from Francis was high-pitched enough to shatter glass. It woke Neil, Donna and Jack, and all of a sudden the shelter was filled with noise as everybody shouted or screamed. As she'd done earlier, Fiona banged 2 of the tin mugs together to bring order to the rabble. Steve eased himself upright, his expression harder than any of the rocks comprising Ben Vuya.
"I'm no pathologist, but I'd say she was strangled."
Steve's open palm gestured down at Sarah.
"There's bruising on her throat, and her eyes are bloodshot."
Fiona didn't need to hear more. It was now time for action instead of speculation and deliberation. Sarah's death was on her. It was she who'd fallen asleep and allowed the killer to strike again. Lewis may have been the murderer, or he might have limped outside for another pee and been killed there, with Sarah strangled as she'd stirred when the killer re-entered the shelter. Another idea was Lewis had left to get help before Sarah had been murdered, but the injury to his ankle refuted that idea. Even if Lewis had woken and felt no pain, he'd be sure to know it would flare up again long before he got to the bottom of the mountain. Whomever had killed Sarah would have been conscious of her making a noise, so Fiona guessed they'd used one hand to clamp her mouth shut while the other constricted her throat. Unlike the movies where someone who is being throttled takes an age to succumb, the reality is when the carotid artery in the throat is compressed, blood can't travel to the brain and the victim passes out in a few seconds. If Sarah had been asleep when the killer grabbed her throat, she'd have barely had time to wake up and react to what was happening before the effects of the strangulation took hold. Whatever the sequence of events and the identity of the killer, Fiona wasn't going to make any conclusions until she had more facts, and the only way to get those facts was to investigate. The first thing Fiona did was lift each of Sarah's hands and take a careful look at her nails. Not the top, the undersides. Under 3 nails of Sarah's right hand, Fiona saw what looked to be scrapings of skin. Fiona powered up her phone and used a couple of precious % of the battery to take photos of Sarah's throat and eyes. Fiona lay the hands back down on Sarah's chest, then turned to face the entire group. Sarah is not to be moved under any circumstance until a forensic team gets here. Her body is officially a crime scene, and if the skin under her nails matches Lewis's DNA, then we'll have a cast iron case against him for at least one of the 3 murders. You're all to watch each other. Anyone who tries to move her is to be considered a killer trying to destroy evidence. With the stark warning given, Fiona aimed a hand at the door as she zipped her jacket up. Jack, come with me, please. We need to see if we can find Lewis. As Jack reached for his coat, Fiona stole a glance at her watch. 9:15. After sunrise, but that meant little if the snow was still falling. Although the shelter had cooled with everyone asleep and the stove burning out, the cold when Fiona opened the door was enough to take her breath away. Fiona had to slit her eyes against the sunlight glittering off the snow. Gone were the heavy clouds depositing foot after foot of snow. They'd been replaced with a sky so blue it looked to have been photoshopped above the hills and Munros from a tropical land far away. The air was now so clear, Fiona could see for miles in every direction she looked. There was only one direction she was looking. Downhill, her eyes following the path of the track down to the glen floor. All Fiona could see was white. There was no flash of colour from Lewis's orange jacket. Against the pristine snow, Lewis's jacket would be a beacon, but she could see no splashes of colour. To have found Lewis descending the Munro would have been the best option. Guilty or innocent, if he was moving away from the shelter, he was alive. Fiona took a breath and ran through things for a moment as she looked around. If Lewis had absconded, then he'd have been sure to leave tracks. When Fiona cast her eyes along the snow-covered path, she could see fresh tracks leading down the trail. Jack, can you follow those tracks for a couple of 100 yards? I want to know if they continue onwards or come to a halt. If they come to a halt, you'll probably find Lewis's body somewhere near where they end. With Jack given the task of gathering more intel, Fiona assessed what she knew and tried to work out if Lewis was the killer or not. Whatever Fiona worked out, she knew she'd have a decision to make: to pursue Lewis herself or to stay put and trust he'd send help. On the grounds British justice worked on the principle suspects were innocent until proven guilty, Fiona fit what she knew against a sequence of events that happened while she was asleep. At some point in the night, the killer, who must have feigned sleep, strangled Sarah. If Lewis had been awake, he'd have tried to prevent it, and that would have woken the whole shelter. So, if innocent, Lewis must have woken up and found Sarah dead. From there, he must have made the decision to go for help himself. Whether that was a desperation to have the police catch his wife's killer, or a desire to remove himself from the shelter lest he end up either murdering the killer himself or becoming a victim, was unknown. Either way, he'd gone. While all of this was possible, to Fiona it didn't stack up. Lewis ought to have woken her, a police officer. While it was obvious the marriage wasn't in a good state, for him to react to his wife's murder without making a sound or alerting a cop on the scene was every kind of suspicious. All of this made perfect sense until one fact was brought into play: Lewis's injured ankle. After the fall from the bridge, he'd limped with every step, his face a knot of stoic endurance. For him to wake up fit enough to hike down the Munro alone showed either superhuman powers of recovery or that he'd feigned the injury all along. Piece by rapid piece, Fiona applied logic to every step of the events since they'd wound up in the shelter. By having the fall at the bridge, Lewis had prevented them from continuing on downhill. The later attempts had been thwarted by the snow and the failing torches, but it was the first where success had seemed most likely, and Lewis had put paid to that by leaving them no choice but to turn back. After the stramash over the soup continued in the shelter while she and Jack were striking out for help again, Lewis had maintained his gammy ankle act and limped out for a pee. From there, he'd lain in wait until taking his chance to murder Alice. Donna had said Lewis was only outside the shelter a couple of minutes after Alice had left, but fully fed, it wouldn't have taken too long for Lewis to crack Alice on the head with a log and then carry her body to a place it could be dumped. It was the distance and his injury that had led Fiona to discount him from murdering Alice, but without the gammy ankle to slow him down, there would be a far larger window for murder. Another thing supporting this thinking was a truism Dave Lennox had oft recited to Fiona. When it comes to people's recollection of time or the date an event took place, always add at least half. Now she was having this thought, Fiona recalled a recent conversation with Heather about a trip to Oban Cinema to watch Bohemian Rhapsody upon the film's release. Heather had it the film was released in early 2020, before any of the lockdowns were imposed. A quick Google search had shown the film had been released in October 2018. Fiona had spotted there was no love lost between Lewis and Sarah, but as she'd never believed Lewis was the killer, she'd seen no threat from him towards his wife, a mistake that added more guilt to an already intolerable burden. Whatever reason Lewis may have had for killing his wife was something that could wait for an explanation. Now Fiona had worked everything through. The only way she'd believe Lewis was innocent was if she found his body and it was obvious he'd been murdered.
Fiona!
Jack's yell carried up to Fiona with ease, and as she set off towards him, her feet crunched their way through a crust of frozen snow. But it was her eyes that were absorbing information, not her ears. As she powered towards Jack, she was looking at where he was pointing. A half-mile away, an orange blob was just visible above the brow of a slope, but when Fiona paused to watch the blob, she saw it was moving, and not towards them. That was all the proof Fiona needed, and there was no doubt in her mind what she must do. Jack was coming back to her, but Fiona didn't halt. "You go back to the shelter and look after the others. I'm going after him." Chapter 53. Fiona had no real plan other than to catch up with Lewis and formally arrest him. A plan could be worked out as she descended Ben Vuya. Lewis had a half-mile head start, and on a summer's day she could reel him in with comfort. But it was December. Sprints had never been Fiona's thing, but at least once a week she ran a 4-mile circuit to keep herself in shape. As things were, Lewis was having to create a path through thigh-deep snow. Fiona could follow his trail, and as the going was easier, she'd make better time. With no cuffs or even a rope to bind Lewis, she'd have to improvise when it came to the arrest, but she had an ace up her sleeve. As she forged her way along the path Lewis had cut in the snow, she reached into her pocket and checked the ace was still in play. Fiona's mobile battery was down to 6%, more than enough to summon reinforcements as soon as she had a signal. The battery wouldn't hold out if there was a protracted conversation about location, but she planned to call Heather and raise the alarm that way. It wasn't the correct way to communicate, but it'd save her from being routed through control. To preserve the battery, Fiona powered it down and continued after Lewis. From the position where Jack had spied Lewis, Fiona had taken mere seconds to work out that after following the proper trail for a short while, Lewis had struck out in a direct line to the point where the A83 curled around the most northern point of Loch Fyne and continued down the loch's western shore towards Inverary and Loch Gilphead. The old bridge over the River Fyne was a popular place to park, and where Fiona had left her own car before heading down the road to pick up the track leading to the summit of Benvuya. The going would be harder than following the track, but it'd shave at least 2 miles off the journey. Plus, there was a power station and a quarry in that area, so there'd be a chance of a decent road to walk along when he got to the glen floor. There was a frozen crust on the snow, and Fiona's breaths steamed from her mouth in the low temperature, but she was pushing herself more than hard enough to generate warmth. Fiona's nose and ears nipped in the cold, but they were minor discomforts. Not once as Fiona trudged along in dogged pursuit did she question her actions. Yes, the man she was apprehending had killed 3 people. Yes, he was bigger and stronger than she was. Yes, he might be desperate to escape justice. All of these things faded into darkness so far as Fiona was concerned. She had to catch Lewis to stop him from disappearing into the wind, to bring the right kind of closure to Steve and everyone else who cared about Kevin, Alice and Sarah. Most of all, she had to catch Lewis to prove to Donna, and in no small part herself, that she was a good copper who could solve cases. Lewis might have the advantage in a one-on-one fight, but his kills had all been done with the element of surprise in his favour. He'd never met resistance of any form. No doubt when he'd throttled Sarah, he'd clamped a free hand over her mouth to ensure she didn't cry for help. Maybe he'd looked in her eyes as she died. Whatever the case with Sarah may have been, Lewis had never killed when his victims had a chance of defending themselves. The skin under Sarah's nails was as close as Lewis had come to facing resistance during his 3 kills. Fiona's focus was on 3 key things: making safe passage along the trail Lewis had left through the snow, keeping an eye on Lewis, both to make sure she was closing the gap between them and to make sure he hadn't spotted her coming after him and set an ambush, and the motive for his kills. To Fiona, the 3 victims must have all been party to the same secret. Alice might have witnessed Lewis strike Kevin and been too scared to speak up, but if that was the case, no way would she have stormed out of the shelter when she knew Lewis was outside alone. Sarah would be the one person who knew Lewis best, and if she knew the reason why he'd killed Kevin and Alice, she'd be in danger by the same reasoning. Perhaps after everyone had fallen asleep, she'd challenged him in whispers and told him to give himself up, or she would turn him in. While this thinking stacked up to a certain degree, Fiona wasn't convinced by it. To her, there had to be a thread connecting all 3 victims. That thread would either be a huge rope of the kind used to moor large ships, or a fine filament binding them all in the same tangled knot. Money was out as a motive. If Lewis had been on the take, he'd have been fired, or Kevin would have turned him over to the police. As a chef, he would have at best limited access to money, and even less to customers' credit card details. There was a possibility Lewis had learned of something illegal Kevin had done with Alice's input, and had tried blackmailing them only to be rebutted. Anger might have made him lash out or seek a brutal revenge, but there was no way Kevin would have retained his blackmailer as an employee, much less bring him on a works jaunt. The blackmailing may have been anonymous, and Kevin may have worked out who his blackmailer was and confronted Lewis while on Benvuya. But that was stretching the theory well past its breaking point. Nobody had reported any confrontation or fallout between Kevin and Lewis, and there was sure to be some ill feeling between the two if Kevin had accused Lewis. That left sex as a motive, and no matter how she tried, she couldn't imagine the three victims being involved in any situation where sex was happening between all three. Unless one of them knew of an affair concerning the other two, and all three were killed to keep the affair secret. When Fiona gave one of her periodic glances forward, she saw the gap between her and Lewis was closing. He was perhaps a third of a mile ahead of her now. A quick calculation informed Fiona that if they both continued at their current pace, she'd catch up with Lewis more than a half-mile from the bridge he appeared to be heading for. That was good news. But what wasn't good news was as Lewis neared the quarry and the power station, his going would be easier than hers. Worse still, as much as she'd do it if she had to, the solo takedown of a murderer with no handcuffs, pepper spray or collapsible baton, much less backup, was the stupidest of all stupid ideas. Chapter 54. Fiona didn't falter, didn't slow her pace in the slightest at the thought of a physical confrontation with Lewis. A part of her wanted to push harder, to stretch every sinew, to work every muscle to capacity so she could take down the killer she chased. The thrill of the chase was something Fiona had experienced before, and she knew better than to listen to its siren song. Far wiser and safer to stick to her plan and trail Lewis until mobile signal returned and she could summon backup. Should it look as if Lewis was going to make it to his car before backup arrived, Fiona could then engage him. But as a tactic, it had to be a last resort. 50 yards ahead of Fiona, the ground dropped away into one of the many burns that tumbled down the side of Benvuya. Unlike a couple she'd already crossed, this one was both wide and deep enough to make it impossible for Fiona to step over the frothing waters descending to the River Fyne. With no option but to put a foot into the water or risk a lengthy delay while she found a narrower section, Fiona gritted her teeth and plunged her right foot into the water. The cold drew one gasp and two curses from her, but she didn't halt and hardly slowed. A chilled foot wasn't the end of the world. In another hour or so, she'd be at the glen floor and would have either caught up with Lewis and captured him, or she'd be his fourth victim. Either way, frostbite and gangrene wouldn't have time to be a worry. Fiona was now close enough to see Lewis turn and look back. It made sense he was watching for anyone who might pursue him. Anyone in his position would. All the same, it was unnerving for Fiona to see a killer looking at her, even if there was at least 1/4 of a mile between them. On a good day, it took the best part of an hour to drive from Loch Gilphead to the head of Loch Fyne. With blues and twos on, it could be shaved down to 45 minutes, 40 if traffic was light. With snow and ice likely to be affecting driving conditions, it could take twice the usual time for backup to arrive. The urge to check for a mobile signal was strong, but Fiona wanted to make sure she preserved every scrap of battery life possible until she was sure there would be a signal. Like everything else since Fiona deduced Kevin had been murdered, the decision as to when to test for a signal was a balancing act with no safety net. Fiona's calves burned, her thighs ached, and her right foot squelched with every step. But as hard as her limbs were working, it was her mind that was putting in the toughest shift. A memory of something Lewis had said to her, and the manner in which he'd said it had sparked a new theory about how the three victims might be connected by sex. As with so many of the theories Fiona had developed, it wasn't one which filled her with certainty, but the more she thought about it in the crisp, clear morning air, the more she grew confident she'd either worked out the motive for the murders or was close enough to it that when more investigating was done, the pieces would all fall into place. The realisation she might have cracked the case sent fresh energy around Fiona's body, and the adrenaline boost was just what she needed to salve her exhausted muscles and keep them meeting the demands she was making of them. It didn't escape Fiona's notice the clouds of mist coming with each breath were getting bigger as she pushed her body to the limit. Another burn appeared ahead of her, this one wider and faster than the last. That was to be expected. The lower down the slope she crossed each burn, the more it had built in size as it made its way down Ben Vuya. As before, Fiona didn't hesitate as she led with her right foot and stepped into the tumbling burn. But when Fiona's left foot was about to break the surface, the rock she was standing on shifted and plunged her sideways into the frigid water. Chapter 55. A hard jolt in the right hip brought a pained gasp from Fiona as she landed. The one saving grace about her fall into the burn was she'd only been submerged belly deep. Her first thought as she clambered from the water was for her phone. It had been in her left pocket beside the rock used to attack Kevin. The side of her that bore the brunt of her fall and had gone deepest into the raging burn. Fiona didn't unzip her pocket until she was 3 paces past the burn. It would be bad enough if her numb fingers dropped the mobile into the snow, but for it to fall into the burn would be unthinkable. The first thing Fiona noticed about the phone as she went to power it up was the screen now bore a spider web of cracks. That wasn't too concerning, as she'd seen plenty work with damaged screens, and all she needed the mobile to achieve was a single call. No matter how hard or often Fiona pressed down on the power button, no trace of colour flickered across the phone's screen. It remained as black as the snow around her was white. The lack of functionality could be from the blow that broke its screen, the immersion in water, or a combination of the two. Whichever it was, the point was moot. She was now left with no option but to catch up with Lewis herself and do whatever she could to stop him from getting away. Fiona's teeth chattered as she kept pushing on. One positive she was finding was that as she descended the Munro, the depth of snow was shrinking. It was now knee-high, and while a hindrance to forward momentum, she knew she was making a better pace than when she'd first left the shelter. It was a blessing in disguise, as she could see Lewis was much lower on the slope, and he'd be making the same pace she was, if not better. As a way to close the gap, Fiona considered plotting a course straight down until she reached level ground. Then she'd be able to achieve a faster pace along the glen floor where the snow would be shallower still. It was a nice idea in theory, but Lewis would reach the glen floor a good 10 minutes or so before she did, and he was a quarter of a mile ahead of her. That quarter of a mile would take a lot of reeling in when she had to forge her own path through the snow. It didn't help Fiona's hip was stiffening from where she'd landed on it, and her injured shoulder was sending jolts of pain throughout her left arm and torso with every step taken. On a summer's day and without injury, Fiona would have backed herself to make up the quarter mile with ease. Today, exhausted and hurt as she was, Fiona doubted she'd have enough left in the tank to stop Lewis getting away. Fiona's foot skittered beneath her, and she had to arc her body to remain upright as the ground beneath her feet slid 10 yards downhill. With measured steps, Fiona carried on, her every movement cautious not to disturb the scree slope she must be on. As soon as the ground felt firmer, Fiona increased her pace as much as she dared. She had to catch up with Lewis before he made it to his car, but she also had to keep something in reserve. It would be no good to catch Lewis if she was only fit to give him a laugh at her panted efforts to stop his escape. Lewis was only 100 feet above the glen floor now, but Fiona had at least thrice that before she'd reap the benefits of level ground. Fiona increased her pace yet again, her breaths long, ragged flumes of mist hanging in the morning air. As often as she dared take her eyes off the trail she was following, Fiona was casting glances at Lewis, every look an attempt to track his progress, to discern if he was opening up a greater lead or if she was closing on him. By her best estimation, she was closing on him, and then estimation became irrelevant. Lewis had halted at the bottom of the wide crease in the landscape. Every step Fiona took brought her closer to Lewis. Good. Lewis was waiting for her in a hollow that would shield the pair of them from the view of anyone in the glen floor looking their way. Not good. Chapter 56. Fiona eased her pace for 2 reasons. First, she wanted to be in the best physical shape she could achieve when she confronted Lewis. Second, even though her mobile was dead and none of the shelter's occupants had been able to raise the alarm, someone was bound to have missed one of the people who'd been trapped on Ben Vuya. That someone would surely have alerted Mountain Rescue, the police. If that had happened, people would be looking for them. So far, Fiona had seen no great amount of activity on the road leading up the glen, but she hadn't looked hard, and her focus had always been on the course Lewis had chosen, rather than the trail up Ben Vuya, which now lay miles behind her. If a search party had set off at first light, they'd have several hours of slogging uphill to reach the shelter. Lewis no doubt suspected the same as she did. He must have calculated the risks involved in waiting for Fiona were less than the ones he'd face if she caught up to him in a place where search parties may be forming. It crossed Fiona's mind to skirt around Lewis and deny him the choice of battleground. The idea was abandoned as soon as it came to her. For all she might manage to get past him, there would come a point where she'd have to face him down. Better to do it when she still had something left in the tank than when she was running on empty. Fiona had none of the usual police tools to help her take down Lewis, but she had something she deemed better: her mind. Lewis didn't know her phone was dead. He sure as hell wouldn't know she'd worked out why he'd murdered Kevin, then Alice, and finally Sarah. When she confronted him with the knowledge of what he'd been trying to cover up, that it was known to everyone in the shelter, the fight would be sure to go out of him if he believed the lie. She'd present his situation as over, tell him police were a mere 10 minutes away. In short, she'd bluff him into submission. As plans went, it was risky. Lewis might call her bluff and try to kill her. Fiona had the first half of an idea as to how she might deal with that. Since embarking on the pursuit, she'd been assessing what she had on her person that might be useful in a fight, and while she'd be the first to admit her plan had more holes than a sieve, everything that happened next was always going to have to be improvised as events unfolded. When Fiona got to within 50 yards of Lewis, she noted he was standing on a level patch of ground, maybe 15 feet in diameter. That was his chosen arena, his assumed domain. Fiona gave no thought to how Lewis had set the terms. She had terms of her own. 40 yards away. Now Fiona could see the tendrils of breath missed from Lewis were controlled and even. 20 yards. Lewis's hands were drawn from his pockets, and he drew himself up to his full height. Fiona let the intimidation tactic pass by her as she drew her mobile from her pocket and held it up so Lewis could see what it was. 10 yards from Lewis, Fiona drew to a halt and unzipped her jacket. She planned to keep this distance between them. On a flat, dry surface, those 10 yards could be covered in no more than 2 or 3 seconds. To travel the same 10 yards when the going was uneven and there was shin-deep snow would take twice as long, unless Lewis threw all caution to the wind and gambled on not tripping before he got to Fiona. After the hike they'd endured, Fiona doubted he'd take the risk.
"It's over, Lewis. Before I came after you, I explained to everyone why you'd killed Kevin, Alice and Sarah. It was Sarah's murder that explained everything to me. I've already called it in. There's cops on their way here. The last I heard, they're about 10 minutes away from the top of Loch Fyne. Unless you fancy hiking over the hills, there's no escape for you now."
You don't know nothing. When I woke up, I was shocked to see my Sarah had been throttled. That's on you. You were the copper there. You shouldn't have fallen asleep. You should have stayed awake to guard us all. I told you all along, it was Steve who was the killer.
Even though Fiona had expected some concocted story, it still stung to hear Lewis blame her for a murder he'd committed. Fiona guessed the sting came because she knew that on some levels he was right.
"Then why are you striking out like this?"
So my Sarah gets the justice she deserves. It wasn't safe for any of us in there, and you were doing bugger all about it. So I took matters into my own hands.
Do you really expect me to believe that? You woke up, found your wife murdered, and left everyone else with the killer. Not just that, but in leaving, you snuck out. Why didn't you wake me? You think Steve is the killer. You've said so more than once. So why didn't you try and punch his lights out for murdering your wife?
I'm not a fighter. Yeah, I may be quite big, but I've never been any good at fighting. I was always the one who got picked on at school, even though I was the tallest in my year.
Fiona could see what Lewis's plan was. He would bullshit her until she fell for his lies, and then when he had a chance to attack her by surprise, he would, and victim number 4 would be claimed.
And what about the affair Sarah was having?
Fiona let her expression harden.
That's what all this was about, wasn't it?
What affair? You think my Sarah was shagging Kevin and topped him when he binned her? You don't know what you're talking about, you stupid cow. And how does that explain why Alice and Sarah are dead?
I've been cooped up with you all for a few hours. I questioned you all. I paid a lot of attention to everyone's body language, how they interacted with each other. Nobody once suggested Sarah and Kevin were having an affair. In fact, everyone I spoke to about Kevin told me he wasn't interested in dating on any level. However, during the course of my investigation and the time spent observing you all, I came to some conclusions. You and Sarah were nobody's picture of a happy marriage, which, quite frankly, is your business and nobody else's. However, last night wasn't a normal night. Couples fall out and make up. That's part of life. But at no point, I saw, was there any attempt by you to comfort your wife. When everyone was falling asleep, she was on one side of Ivor, and you the other. That's hardly in sickness and in health, is it? Except, you weren't worried about her getting killed in the night, because that's what your plan was. Your last words to me a moment ago were, "What affair?" The answer to that question is, the affair between Alice and Sarah. You yourself called Alice a dirty cow when telling me about a threesome she'd allegedly had with another couple. By discounting Steve as the killer and inheritance as the motive, I could find no other way anyone could profit financially from Kevin's death. After money, sex is a close second when it comes to the reasons people commit murder.
When I had 3 victims to link together, that story of yours about Alice had me wondering if she was bisexual. Everyone had already told me Kevin had no sexual appetite, so any affair must have been between the 2 female victims. From there, it was a case of seeing who would profit in any way from the murders. With no financial gain to be had, the profit would have to come in another way. Either a covering up of the affair or as revenge for it. Who'd want to conceal the affair or take revenge for being dumped so badly they'd kill?
Surely you don't believe that load of bollocks.
There was a widening of your eyes when I told you about Alice and Sarah having an affair. You didn't shake your head as if in disbelief. Instead, you showed shock that I knew. I suspect Kevin somehow found out about the affair, and being the decent guy everyone said he was, told you about it, or at the very least threatened he would, to make Sarah come clean to you. Lewis's top lip pulled upwards at both sides, his eyes becoming hate-filled lasers.
So what if I heard my wife had an affair? That doesn't make me a killer though, does it? Explain that if you're such a fucking smart arse.
The vulgarity creeping into Lewis's language was enough to make Fiona tense. He was getting angry, and that meant she was on the right track. There was no telling if he'd try attacking her or would continue to scoff at her deductions. Your pride makes you a killer. Your wife's verbal assaults may have made you one. The way the others tell it, she spent years accusing you of having affairs. She told me Kevin kept you from contributing to the menu. You yourself passed that off as Kevin being so good you couldn't compete with him on professional terms. It galled Sarah, though. And I bet it galled you a lot more than you let on. Sarah had ambitions, not just for herself, but for you as well. How does it feel to know you've disappointed your wife so much she sought comfort in the arms of someone else? A woman you thought of as a dirty cow, no less. That would gall anyone. I'd say her affair with Alice was one slight too many. You could take the verbals from Sarah. They could be ignored. But what you couldn't ignore, couldn't face, was everyone knowing your wife had cheated on you with another woman. You may work in a high-end hotel, Lewis, but you're not cultured as a person. In some ways, you're way behind the times. I'm not criticising you for the way you are. It takes all kinds of people to make the world interesting. But I think you killed all 3 of them in an attempt to hide what you believed was a dirty little secret. Kevin, because you didn't trust him to keep his knowledge of the affair quiet, and Alice, because she was the one who was sleeping with Sarah. Fiona aimed a hand in the general direction of the shelter. I bet up there in the snow with Steve, a ready-made scapegoat, you thought it was all a brilliant idea. But then, you still had to deal with Sarah, didn't you? She was loyal at first. She covered for you. But you didn't know how long that would go on for, did you? Once you'd killed Alice, there was no going back. Sarah would have to die too, if you were to have any chance of escaping jail. It's over. Turn around. Get on your knees and put your hands on your head. Lots of cops are on their way here, and it'll go easier for you if you don't do anything stupid.
No.
Without another word, Lewis was on the move. Fiona had half expected him to run away. He didn't turn away. Instead, he was coming straight for her, at pace. Chapter 57. As Lewis charged, Fiona was swinging her plan into action. The longer the conversation had gone on, and the more Lewis was getting irate, the more she'd allowed her jacket to slip from her shoulders and down her back. Fiona knew that as a police officer, her plan was all kinds of wrong, but this was shaping up to be a fight for her life, and she was prepared to do whatever it took to survive. There could never be too much wrong in making sure you weren't killed. Lewis was within 5 paces of Fiona when she used her right hand to grasp the inside of her jacket's sleeve as her left arm slid clear of it. Now the jacket was where Fiona wanted it. She yanked her arm forward and whirled it anti-clockwise above her head. By the time the jacket had completed its first rotation, Lewis had closed the distance to 2 paces, leaving Fiona just enough time to direct the jacket's arc downwards, so it took a side swipe at knee level. As Fiona planned, the jacket connected with Lewis's knee. The material of the jacket had no weight to inflict enough of a blow that would slow or incapacitate Lewis, but the contents of its left pocket were different. It was in this pocket Fiona had stored her phone and the rock that had been used to assault Kevin. To use a murder weapon in an act of self-defence wasn't something that would play well with Fiona's bosses, but sometimes the needs of a situation far outweighed the morality of doing the right thing. Lewis went down with a pained yelp. That would have been a good thing, had his momentum not carried him into Fiona, his shoulders slamming into her hips and flattening her into the snow. The landing was soft, but with her legs pinned beneath Lewis, Fiona had no chance of escaping him as he dragged himself up to a position above her body. The jacket was trapped between them, and Lewis used his good knee to pin Fiona's left arm. Already injured, Fiona's left shoulder was aflame as she tried to wriggle her arm free. But on the whole, she was glad it was that arm Lewis was focusing on as he wound up a punch. Fiona used her right arm to deflect the first punch, but Lewis's second punch snapped her head to the side when his fist collided with her cheek. Despite the explosion of fresh pain, Fiona never let her mind dull. She knew 2 or 3 more blows like that from Lewis would leave her unconscious, and then he'd either beat her to death or wrap a hand over her throat and squeeze the life from her. The next blow was a left-hander that landed near Fiona's temple. Even as Lewis was pulling his arm back upwards to relaunch it while sending his right at her, Fiona's hand was snaking upwards. With her shoulders against the snowy ground, there was little chance of Fiona putting a lot of power behind her strike, but it wasn't power she was aiming for. It was accuracy. Thanks to her police career, Fiona kept her fingernails short, as there were far too many ways to break a nail or snap a false one off. Even so, there was enough length about her nails for the finger she jabbed into Lewis's eye to cause him to rear back with an unholy scream of agony. To lengthen her moment of advantage now Lewis's face was out of reach, Fiona dropped the hand and used her fingertips to apply a pincer grip on the knee she'd targeted with the contents of her jacket pocket. Dave Lennox had shown her a pressure point at the knee, and she'd made sure to locate it before exerting every muscle her hand possessed. As Fiona planned, Lewis screamed again and rolled off her to escape the latest round of pain she was inflicting. Fiona rolled onto her side and was in the process of rising to her feet when a boot slammed into her hip, toppling her onto her back. The next strike from Lewis's boot landed on her knee, and even though he was using his good leg to bear his weight, Lewis still managed to put plenty of force into his kick. To escape his reach, Fiona rolled over 3 times in quick succession, both her knee and shoulder protesting at the violent movements as she sought to evade his reach. Lewis was hobbling after her, but Fiona had made sure to drag her jacket with her, and as she sat up, she once again whirled the jacket towards his knee. Unlike the first time she'd swung the jacket, Lewis halted his advance.
"You're a right bitch, you!"
Fiona didn't respond. Rather than waste time on words, she was fighting to find a solution to this impasse. Both of them had an injured knee, but Lewis could stand on his. She didn't know if she could do the same. The improvised medieval mace of her jacket would keep Lewis from attacking her for the time being, but he'd know he'd have to get off Benvuya soon, and it made sense for him to make sure she couldn't follow him for round 2 before he left her. Even as she was working this out, Lewis's foot was swiping arcs through the snow. Fiona couldn't wait until his foot found a rock or stone he could throw at her head, so she eased herself into a position where she could attempt to stand. Once on her feet, she'd be in a far better position to dodge anything he threw at her, and perhaps launch a counter-strike of her own. Halfway to her feet, Fiona's injured knee gave out on her and she flumped back into the snow, the jacket still arcing above her body as she sought to deter another attack from Lewis. As she forced herself back to a sitting position, Fiona saw Lewis looking at her with a smug grin.
"Looks like your knee's way worse than mine."
He bent down and picked up a stone from under his boot. The stone was fist-sized, but Fiona's fist rather than Lewis's. All the same, if thrown with the force a man as tall as Lewis could generate, it was more than big enough to concuss Fiona and leave her at his mercy, or lack of.
"Thing is, I don't trust you not to be faking how bad your injury is. I've already shown you the way on that one after all."
Lewis's arm bent back and in a blur pitched forward. Fiona had expected the stone to be aimed at her head, but Lewis had selected another target. The stone bounced off Fiona's leg, its lower portion colliding with her injured knee. It took all of Fiona's self-control not to drop the jacket and clasp the knee in both hands.
You swine! You're not going to get away with this.
You're already going to do hard time for the 3 people you've killed. If you kill me, you'll end up doing twice as long.
I won't be doing any time. I'm not going to kill you. Although, if I thought I was going to jail, I'm sure the notoriety of being a cop killer would mean I'd get an easy ride with the other inmates. Your knee's fucked now, isn't it? I'm going to leave. When I get to the bottom, I'll disappear. I know people who can help me do just that. Maybe you'll freeze to death before they find you, and maybe you won't. Doesn't matter. I'll be long gone by the time you can tell anyone anything, provided you're alive to do so, that is. Your friend was right when she said you're a shit cop. She was right when she said you'll never solve your parents' murder. After you knew Kevin had been murdered and hadn't fallen, I still managed to kill 2 people right under your nose. You're a failure as a cop and as a daughter. You should be glad your parents are dead and not alive to witness your uselessness.
It was all Fiona could do not to launch her improvised mace at the back of Lewis's head as he turned away and limped downhill. Chapter 58. Fiona's lip trembled as she watched Lewis hobble away. It wasn't from the pain she felt, nor from the fact he'd callously left her to die, but from what he'd said about her parents. Right now, in this specific moment in time, Fiona hated Lewis more than the killer who'd slaughtered her parents. When Donna had criticised Fiona's skill as a detective, she'd done so out of fear for herself and her husband. Steve had echoed them in anger at the accusations she'd made against him. But Lewis had said what he said for no other reason than to wound, to torment. The cruel words ate at Fiona. But until Lewis was a good 100 yards away, she made no attempt to stand. Until she got into an upright position and put weight on the knee, she wouldn't be able to assess the damage. Fiona knew she had to harness the anger within her chest. But before she did anything, she had to give Lewis a chance to be far enough away she'd have time to prepare a defence should he turn and come back to finish her off. Lewis turned twice to look back, and then he was out of sight, hidden by the contours of the land. Fiona wasted no time rolling onto her front, and from a push-up position, using her injured leg as little as possible, worked herself upright. Shards of molten lava lanced through her left knee when she put weight on it, but they cooled as she gritted her teeth against the pain. Step by ungainly step, Fiona set off after Lewis, with a stream of vindictive mumbles pouring from her lips. As she'd risen, Fiona had made sure to keep hold of the jacket, and she shucked it back on as she hobbled along. The one thing Fiona had going for her was Lewis was injured too. He would be making progress every bit as slow as she was. What he'd do when he looked back and saw she was back on his trail was unknown, but Fiona had her makeshift mace as a defence weapon. Plus, Lewis would be wary of tackling her again, after the way he'd not been able to kill her with ease. Lewis would also be conscious of time. Not the numbers on a clock, but the time he had to get away from the head of Loch Fyne. There were only two ways for Lewis to go once he got to his car. He could either take the A83 west towards Inverary and Loch Gilphead, or east towards Loch Lomond. Whichever way he went, there were small roads he could turn onto and lose himself in the wilds, but these small roads were more than likely to be blocked by snow. As a local, Lewis would know this, and therefore it would be imperative to him he got away before the police could be notified of his crimes, as he'd be sure to expect roadblocks to prevent him escaping. If Fiona was just a couple of 100 yards behind Lewis when he drove off, she'd be able to go to Fine Ales, the brewery near the mouth of the glen, and alert other officers. But while that would lead to Lewis's arrest, it wouldn't give her the satisfaction she craved. After what he'd done, what he'd tried to do to her, what he'd said to her, she wanted to be the one to capture him, to stop him from evading the justice that was his due. As much as Fiona wanted to close the gap on Lewis and stop him, she was also wary about getting into another fight with him too far from help. It wasn't so much she was afraid for herself, more that she was smart enough to want the odds on her side. The perfect scenario would be to catch up with Lewis at the same time he reached his car. After the snowfall, he'd probably have to dig his vehicle out, unless he had a 4-wheel drive SUV or pickup. Fiona's teeth chattered as she limped after Lewis. The ducking in the burn had soaked her lower half, and the icy wind was chilling her skin through the fabric of her clothes, but the cold wasn't a worry to her. The effort of pursuing Lewis was generating heat, and while the cold added an extra level of discomfort, it was the injury to her knee that concerned Fiona the most. Due to the way she was limping, Fiona wasn't catching up with Lewis, and while the pain had subsided a little when she'd first set off, it had now returned with an unholy vengeance. Although the pain from her knee had a position of unassailable domination, Fiona knew her shoulder wasn't in a good way, and she could feel her right eye swelling itself shut. First, though, she had to close the gap between her and Lewis, but not so much he felt the need to turn back and confront her again. By now, they were both on the floor of the glen, and while the going was easier on the more level fields, there were snowdrifts, walls and fences to contend with. The snowdrifts could be dodged round or waded through, but the effort involved in clambering over the walls or climbing the fences sapped Fiona's fast disappearing reserves. Ahead of her, Fiona saw Lewis reach an old footbridge over the River Fyne. He was maybe 150 yards ahead. Lewis raised a hand and gave what looked to be a cheery wave as he set off across the bridge. Chapter 59. The footbridge was a game-changer for Fiona. Where she'd expected to have another half-mile of pursuit to close the distance between her and Lewis, the bridge changed everything. She'd clocked the bridge on her way up the glen, dilapidated and bearing a notice of condemnation from some authority or other, Either side had been sealed with metal gates that were padlocked. The gates would prevent the average walker from using the bridge, but to a man desperate to flee from the police, they'd be a minor obstacle. If Lewis could scale the gates, Fiona knew she could too. It was what they'd encountered at the other end of the bridge that raised concern. 100 yards from the other side of the bridge was a small farm. After the murder of her parents, Fiona had spent her latter teen years with her Aunt Mary in a glen every bit as secluded as this one. Farmers were far from the most security-conscious people. They left keys in the ignitions of their tractors, jeeps and quad bikes. For a desperate man like Lewis, there would be no reason not to steal a vehicle that would either get him to his car quicker or act as a substitute for his getaway. With time suddenly a far greater issue, Fiona dug in and forced herself to hobble forward as fast as she could. From hip to toes, her left leg was a turbulent sea of agonies as every movement brought crashing waves of torment. On and on she went, her eyes flicking between the terrain a few feet in front of her and the figure crossing the bridge. As much as she willed the ancient bridge to delay Lewis, Fiona could see he was making steady, if slow, progress across the aged structure. Any delay he faced, she would too, and it was clear he was aware of this when he stopped in the centre of the bridge and turned her way. Fiona's heart ran cold. The narrow bridge wasn't wide enough for her to use her jacket as a mace again. If Lewis was planning another showdown, he'd picked the perfect spot. When Fiona saw Lewis stamping down and the timbers of the bridge decking fall towards the River Fine, she realised what he was doing. On and on Lewis stamped as he moved his way to the far bank. By the time Fiona reached the bridge's gate, Lewis had knocked out several more pieces of bridge decking with his stamping and had thrown another cheery wave in her direction. The metal gate would have offered Fiona little challenge had she not been in such agony from her injured knee, but today it was a major obstacle. The one bonus she could take from the laborious climb up and over the gate was Lewis was in every bit as poor a condition as she was. Lewis limped across the last timbers of decking ahead of her, but even if Fiona had been fully fit, the section of decking he'd knocked loose and the bridge's fragile condition would have made it impossible for her to sprint across and confront him. Fiona set foot onto the timbers with care. They might have supported Lewis's greater weight, but that didn't mean she was going to trust them. Her right hand was gripping the railing, and as cold as it was, it felt good to Fiona to have something to cling to should the timbers give way. As much as Fiona daren't take her eyes off where she was stepping, she couldn't resist taking occasional glances ahead of her. Lewis was 6 feet from the far side when the timber decking he was standing on gave way beneath him. Lewis dropped, but the pond she carried was too great for him to pass through the gap, and for a couple of seconds he was wedged between the timbers of the decking, before his efforts to save himself and his weight combined to suck him down through the hole he'd created. Fiona would have cheered in delight at Lewis's misfortune had she not just reached the section of the bridge where he'd stomped the decking away. The knowledge she might also suffer the same fate and drop into the icy waters of the River Fine wasn't far from Fiona's mind, as with both hands she gripped the wire rope that doubled as support for the bridge decking and a handrail, and slid her injured left leg onto the girder the bridge decking had rested on. To achieve the necessary sideways motion, Fiona slid 1 foot at a time and then repeated the process with her hands before starting over again. The old climber's maxim of always having 3 points of contact was at the forefront of her mind as she crossed the 6-foot section of missing decking. Such was Fiona's concentration on getting to the other side of the chasm Lewis had created. Not once did she look to see where he was, or if he'd fallen beneath the surface of the water. Her first thought when she got across to the other side was relief. Her second, Lewis's whereabouts. She looked ahead of her as she crossed to where he'd fallen through and saw Lewis clambering up the slope. He wasn't dripping water, which told her he'd landed on the far bank rather than in the river itself. But from the way his limp was much more pronounced, it was obvious he'd hurt himself further.
Good.
Instead of dropping through the hole Lewis had, Fiona skirted it and steeled herself for the climb over the gate. At this more accessible side, someone had taken the extra precaution of wrapping a couple of strings of barbed wire across the top of the gate. But with all her other agonies to contend with, the prospect of a few scratches didn't worry Fiona enough. She planned to find another route. Lewis had now crested the bank and was heading towards the farm at a slow but steady hobble. Unless he was again faking the injury, Fiona judged she had time to scale her way up the gate and down the other side before he could return and attack her. Fiona got over the gate without incident beyond a few scrapes from the barbed wire and immediately looked ahead of her. Lewis was now just 50 yards from the farm and 40 from the aged farmer who stood with a shepherd's crook in one hand and a shotgun slung over the crook of his elbow. The shotgun was what Dave Lennox referred to as a farmer special, a 12-bore with side-by-side barrels and triggers for each inside the trigger guard. Chapter 60. The shotgun held by the farmer was broken open, and while the man looked too frail to withstand the kickback of the weapon, Fiona didn't doubt he'd know how to use it. What happened when Lewis got closer to him was another matter. Ahead of her, she could hear Lewis's voice, and she could see the farmer's mouth opening and closing as he replied, but she couldn't make out what either was saying with any degree of clarity. When Lewis's arm pointed back at her, and when the farmer turned her way, dropped the stick, and used both hands to snap the shotgun together, Fiona knew Lewis had spun the old man a lie. Fiona kept going, but when she got to within 20 yards of the farmer, he lifted the shotgun to his shoulder and aimed it her way.
You just bide where you are. I've heard you killed 3 people up there. It's the jail for you, lassie.
Now, 2 yards away from the farmer, Lewis turned and looked at Fiona with triumph in his eyes. "Look out!" Even as she yelled the warning, Fiona let herself drop to the snowy ground, lest the farmer pull the trigger. Not hearing the blast of a shotgun, Fiona rotated her head so she could see Lewis and the farmer. Lewis had grabbed the barrel of the shotgun and held it where the farmer couldn't aim it his way. No matter how much wiry strength the farmer might possess, Lewis was taller, younger and heavier than him, and as they grappled over the weapon, their bodies drew closer together. Even as she was scrabbling to her feet, Fiona could see Lewis's back arching and knew what was coming. The farmer's knees buckled at the impact of the headbutt, and he fell to the ground, leaving Lewis holding the shotgun. Fiona was on her feet, but she was unable to move in any direction. As well as the fear coursing through her body, there was helplessness and a cold fury. It had come to this. She was in no condition to run the 5 yards across to the wall on her left and dive behind it for cover. Nor was she close enough she might get to Lewis before he could train the weapon on her. This was it. The end of her time on earth. If she'd had faith, she might have believed she'd be reunited with her parents. But Fiona couldn't accept the existence of a deity who'd been so cruel as to snatch both parents away from their child. More than anything, as she stood waiting for the inevitable, regret was the emotion coursing through Fiona. She'd never identified the person who killed her parents, never told anyone except Aunt Mary that she loved them, never heard anyone but her parents and Aunt Mary say it to her. She lived a life defined by murder, and now it would end that way. So many of the chapters she could have written on the pages of her life had never been started, much less brought to a finale. There were so many things she'd wanted to do and hadn't found the time. Instead of lying in an untidy heap on the couch with a remote control and a bowl of crisps resting on her belly, she could have learned another language, taught herself to cook meals that didn't come in a tin or a microwavable dish, or a million other things.
Not going to run. I'd ask if you wanted to beg for your life, but we both know what the answer would be, so I'll save you the bother.
The mockery in Lewis's voice was clearer than his intent as he shouldered the shotgun.
I'd ask if you had any last words, but I don't care.
Fiona could see Lewis's index finger slide inside the trigger guard. This was it. In a second or two he'd pull the trigger. The gun would explode, and she'd die. The urge to run was huge, but Fiona knew all hopes of escape were a falsehood, a mirage that flickered in the distance, only to remain out of reach no matter how much you travelled towards it. There was only one thing Fiona could do. So she did it as Lewis's finger curled around the trigger. Lewis's eyes were full of gleeful menace as he looked down the shotgun's sights at her. But terrified as she was, Fiona held his stare. She didn't cry, she didn't beg for her life, and nor would she. The war had been lost. She'd die. Fiona was positive that's what would happen, so the only victory she had left was to not show any fear, to stand tall and not cower before him. After her death, wherever Lewis ended up, be that in his planned new life or a jail cell, she wanted him to be haunted by the victim he couldn't scare. Fiona's mouth was parchment dry when she opened it to speak.
Hey, dickhead, if you're gonna shoot, shoot. If not, you're under arrest for 3 murders.
Fiona saw a flash of fury in Lewis's eyes, and then his index finger whitened as he depressed both of the shotgun's triggers. Chapter 61. Nothing happened. Lewis tried again, his eyes tar pits of impotent fury when the repeated action returned the same lack of results. Whether it was a safety catch he hadn't released, or the gun wasn't loaded, wasn't something Fiona had time to consider. She had a second or two, 3 at the most, before Lewis figured out how to fire the gun, or that he could use it as a club to beat her to death with. Fiona's injured knee protested with lava spikes and threatened to collapse beneath her as she charged. Behind Lewis, she could see the farmer levering himself to his feet with blood pouring from a shattered nose. Lewis was trying the shotgun's various levers, and it was clear to Fiona he was trying to locate a safety catch. Just as she reached him and launched herself into a headlong dive at his midriff, the gun hinged open, its barrels rotating out of line from the stock into the position the farmer had it when carrying the weapon. Fiona digested this in a flash as she thumped into Lewis, driving him backwards and off his feet. Before Lewis could mount any kind of defence, Fiona was thrusting a palm strike at his nose. The palm strike landed but had little effect, and then Lewis crashed the shotgun into the back of Fiona's head. With a hand clutching the shotgun either side of her head, Lewis kept butting the weapon into Fiona's skull. There was only so much of this Fiona could take without succumbing to either a single blow or the cumulative effect of repeated assaults, and she knew it. So with gritted teeth, she lifted her hips by resting both knees on the ground and snaked a hand downwards. When Fiona had a grip of Lewis's crotch, she twisted and pulled at the sensitive organs until Lewis gave up trying to use the shotgun as a club and thrust his head up at her. Fiona was ready for the move and ducked her head down until her chin rested on her chest as Lewis's head slammed forward. Instead of him shattering her nose with his forehead, hers collided with Lewis's nose. With his tactic proving fruitless, Lewis released his grip on the shotgun's barrel and tried to shove Fiona off him. Fiona had been waiting for this moment, and with a farewell twist of Lewis's crotch, she rolled off him, making sure to trap the shotgun beneath her body so it couldn't be used by Lewis. Even before the roll was complete, Fiona's left elbow was arcing away from her body and into Lewis's face. As the elbow landed, Fiona hoped it hurt him more than it did her. Not wanting to wait and see how effective the elbow had been, Fiona wasted no time in following it up with a pair of right-handed palm strikes aimed at Lewis's chin. The second palm strike was overkill, as her fist caught him with enough power to send a mistiness to his eyes. With Lewis stunned, even if for a moment, Fiona used the time she had to roll clear of him and wrench the shotgun from his grasp. As a precaution against there being an accident, she checked the exposed tops of the barrels, ready to pluck the cartridges out. Both barrels were empty. Those hour-long seconds when she'd been waiting, terrified for Lewis to end her life, were among the worst Fiona had ever endured, and they'd been for nothing. Now she knew the shotgun wasn't loaded. Fiona teased it closed and prepared to club Lewis if he showed any signs of resistance or escape. For a brief second, she let her eyes leave Lewis's prone figure and locate the farmer. He was 10 feet away, his stick back in his hand, and a look of amazement on his bloodied face.
"I saw how you faced him doon. Did you ken it wasna loaded?"
"No." Fiona aimed an arm back towards the farm. "I'm an officer for Police Scotland. Have you a phone and some rope up there?"
"Aye. I'll phone the police for you and bring the rope."
"We'll need the mountain rescue as well. There are people trapped in the shelter, and his 3 victims' bodies to bring down. Make sure you mention the bodies." Whomever took the farmer's call would know to send a forensic team as soon as they learned of the bodies. The skin under Sarah's nails would implicate Lewis in at least one murder, and after that it shouldn't be too hard to build a case against him for each of the others. The farmer looked Fiona up and down.
"You might be a lassie, but you've one hell of a pair of balls on you."
As the farmer strode away, Fiona let his comment wash over her. She took it for the compliment he intended and started to shift her focus onto what would come next. With the farmer's help, she'd tie Lewis up and they'd get him to somewhere he could be held safely until cops arrived. The rescue of the others could be handed over to the mountain rescue team, who were specialists at such things. The cops would bring medical care with them, and hours upon hours worth of questions. After that, Fiona would be allowed to return home to rest. Except she wouldn't get much rest, not with tomorrow's dreaded appointments hanging over her. In the condition she was in, there was nobody she could think of who'd criticise her for rescheduling. The way Fiona saw it, if she was able to survive the 2 encounters with Lewis, she'd be able to face the appointments, painful as they may be. Chapter 62. 1 week later. A small town like Loch Gilphead was lucky to have a restaurant at all. That the restaurant was Marco's was the culinary equivalent of a winning lottery ticket. There were also hotels and pubs that served food, and considering the size of the population, there was a definite over-provision when it came to places to eat out, but that didn't ensure the quality of their offering. Marco's was Italian at heart and Scottish by birth. Marco himself was a rotund man with an infectious smile and more bonhomie than any one person deserved. He spoke Italian with a Scottish accent and vice versa. Diners at Marco's weren't just made to feel welcome, they were treated like long-lost family members. Fiona had planned this evening with care. After the events on Ben Vuya, she'd attended her appointments, survived the ordeal, and found perspective on Donna's harsh words, although she knew their relationship may never regain its former closeness. At Fiona's left, as she hobbled into Marco's, was her rock, the indomitable Aunt Mary. Nothing life threw at Aunt Mary could ever faze her. She just took things in her stride and steamrolled events through sheer force of personality. On Fiona's other flank was Heather Andrews. Sharper than any surgeon's blade, it had been Heather's brain Fiona had picked night after night as she developed her detecting skills in the eternal quest to identify her parents' killer. Fiona's smile was genuine when she saw the two men waiting for them at the bar. She was in the act of waving to them when a large man stepped in front of her.
Miss Fiona, you've once again graced my humble abode with your heroic presence. I would say I'm honoured, but honoured is too small a word to use in the face of your achievements.
Marco's eyes caught sight of Heather and then flicked to Aunt Mary.
While it is always a pleasure to see the lovely Miss Heather, you must, and I insist it is a must, tell me who this delightful lady is. Were I 20 years younger and some stones lighter, then I would pursue her to the ends of the earth for just one kiss on the cheek from her.
This is my Aunt Mary. A streak of devilment crept onto Fiona's shoulder and whispered in her ear. I must warn you, she blushes like a beacon when she's embarrassed, and she embarrasses easily.
Tish and tosh, Miss Fiona. Signora Mary has a captivatingly classic beauty and timeless grace no woman should ever feel embarrassment for. Now, if you'll follow me, I'll show you to your table and arrange for a wine so crisp you could snap it.
Fiona nudged Aunt Mary's elbow. I think he's smitten. Give over with you and your nonsense. Aunt Mary's eyes sparkled. Signora means madam. He called you two miss. Do you know what that means? That he's showing you more respect than us? No, it means he sees me as old. Aunt Mary could only hold a stern expression for a couple of seconds before creasing with laughter. The two men from the bar walked over, both tall and burly, Lennox with greying hair and Edwin with long white. They were the two men Fiona held dearest. She made the introductions and hammed it up about Edwin Hamilton having saved a life while on Ling earlier in the year. Poor of education, but strong of decency, Edwin was a kind-hearted soul who'd never really outgrown childhood. And ladies, I'm sure I've bored you both many a time with tales of my grumpy-arsed sergeant, Dave Lennox. Well, it's time to finally meet him in the flesh. Sadly, I must warn you that while a fountain of worldly wisdom, Lennox, and that's the only way he likes to be addressed, knows far too many Chuck Norris jokes, and if left unsupervised, will turn the conversation to Star Wars in a heartbeat. So consider yourselves warned. Lennox held his hands wide.
What can I say after an intro like that? Except she's a liar? By the way, did you know Chuck Norris can dig a hole in water?
The next 3 hours passed in a blur of laughter and stories, interspersed by Marco's shameless flirting with Aunt Mary. Edwin's simplistic outlook on life was a perfect counter for Lennox's weary cynicism, but they were both content chatting about Star Wars. And when Fiona heard the words Chuck Norris and Roundhouse Kick in close succession from Lennox, she knew it was time to explain why she'd invited them all to dinner. To get their attention, she clinked a spoon against her wine glass. Listen up a minute, everyone. As much as I have loved this evening, I invited you all together for a reason. I have a few pieces of news to share with you. First, I heard from Steve today. Inverary House will reopen next week. He's got agency chefs in to run the kitchen and has lured Neil to manage the front of house for him. Kevin's funeral is next week and I'll be attending. When questioned, Lewis realised the evidence against him was overwhelming and confessed to all 3 murders and the assaults on me.
I can't believe you worked out his wife was sleeping with the woman he killed. That's some connection to make.
Thanks, Heather. Anyway, everyone who was left up there got down safely in the end thanks to a mountain rescue helicopter.
You didn't invite us here to tell us that, Fifi. Get to the meat of the sandwich.
Fiona smiled at Lennox. He was the only person she allowed to call her Fifi. You're right. I did have another reason. But before I tell you what it is, I've spoken with Marco about this, and none of your money is any good here tonight because you're here to help me celebrate 2 things. 3, if you count what happened on Benvuya. First off, I had a couple of appointments in Glasgow last week. Fiona took a breath to steady herself. From nowhere, nerves had crept throughout her body and were putting a tremble into her limbs and voice. I got the results 2 days ago. The first appointment was a detective's exam. I passed it. All 4 of them started clapping and cheering her news. But for Fiona, the way Aunt Mary's eyes shone with a brightness far greater than any of Marco's comments had elicited meant everything. I'm so proud of you, Fiona. Your mum and dad would have been too. The words from Aunt Mary sprung tears to Fiona's eyes, but she refused to shed them, even if they were happy tears.
Does this mean you'll be coming to work with me as a DC?
Fiona steeled herself. That's actually the second piece of news I have to share, Heather. Once I'd taken the detective's exam, I took the sergeant's one as well. I passed it too. D.I. Baird has agreed to let me join your team. Tears rolled down Aunt Mary's cheeks at this news, but Fiona could sense a falseness to Heather's smile. It was one thing for her to join Heather as an equal, another to leapfrog her on the promotion ladder. Don't worry, Heather. I'll only be your sergeant in name.
Of course you won't. You're too smart for that. You'll be chief constable before we know it.
Heather's brave face didn't fool Fiona, but she'd deal with rivalries another time. Right now she had Lennox standing beside her, his right hand extended and waiting. Behind him, Edwin had also risen and was clapping his great hands together as he whooped. Aunt Mary was making no attempt to wipe the rivers of tears from her cheeks. Marco appeared with another bottle of wine and a J2O for Edwin, and the evening fell back into groaning at Chuck Norris jokes and laughing at the various tales Fiona had heard her guests tell before. With Heather's good mood returning, Fiona counted the evening as a success. But she knew the promotion to detective was nothing more than a stepping stone for her. Once she had a few months' experience under her belt, she'd begin to properly work the one and only case that truly mattered to her: the murder of her parents. Theirs was a killer she could not allow to go unpunished. If you couldn't get enough of the completely gripping twists in The Shelter, sign up to GN Smith's mailing list at www.bookouture.com/GN-Smith to receive an exclusive short story absolutely free. You will also be the first in the know about future books featuring Fiona MacLeish. This has been The Shelter, written by G.N. Smith, narrated by Helen McAlpine. Copyright 2023 by G.N. Smith. Production copyright 2023 by Bookouture, an imprint of Storyfire Limited. The moral right of the author has been asserted.